live connected.
हाँ.
Destination YouTube.
Now go to YouTube. There. On that YouTube, you see how it's coming. Easy. Current rate. Now, what to do from here? Himanshu said anything. You have to share anything with Himanshu so that he can upload it on live. Right. I can. Hello. Okay. अभी मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ. सी प्रतीक ने ऑलरेडी ज्वाइन कर लिया. पार्टिसिपेंट्स है ना. पार्टिसिपेंट्स दिख रहे हैं. होस्ट ये मैं हूँ. ये प्रतीक वो सब पार्टनर पैनलिस्ट ऑलरेडी ज्वाइन किए. अब इससे आपको किसी को इनवाइट करना है ना पार्टिसिपेंट. तो इनवाइट एंड रिमाइंड ईमेल.
हाँ ये तो पहले हम कर देंगे.
नहीं मैं बस अब अगर उस टाइम
ओके.
इट्स लाइव ऑन यूट्यूब. तो अभी ये सेंड में ठीक है. अभी मैं इससे
अच्छा लग गया. राइट.
अभी मैं ज्वाइन.
हाँ ठीक है.
वो कोड आप डाल दो ताकि हाँ नहीं ठीक है. लेकिन हमने हाइट पे कुछ नहीं किया है ना. हाइट पे लिंक डालना होगा. हाँ हाइट पे मैनुअल टेक करो. हाँ ठीक है. हमने लिंक किया. हाँ कर दो. हाइट पे चालू कर दो. लेट्स टेक इट एंड what is it? हाँ that I will do. हाँ ठीक है. I'm logging in from my. Keep the YouTube wala okay on. That YouTube wala page should never close, huh? अगर थोड़ा सा ऐसे हो सकता है. Himanshu, are you sorry, Pratik, are you able to hear me?
Yes. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Pratik, you are audible. Just try to mute yourself, Pratik, once. Are you able to do? Okay, very good. So you are able to mute, unmute. Okay. And this is how it would look in the starting.
Okay.
And we can run one mock. Just start, Pratik. We'll run one mock. Yeah.
Start of what?
Start of event. Assume that all of them have come, and let's start one.
Sure. Very good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of CII GreenPro Eco Label, I welcome you all to the second day of 4th edition of GreenPro Virtual Summit and Expo. The theme of the day is Health and Well-being, and first session is on products and technologies for enhancing physical well-being of building occupants. To proceed further, I would like to welcome Mr. Subodh Mehta, Senior Vice President, Godrej Interior, and the chair for this session. फिर उसकी प्रोफाइल बता दूंगा तो बोलो अभी.
हाँ, it will be like this, same. हाँ, दिख रहा है आपको स्क्रीन पे?
हाँ. Mr. Subodh Mehta is a mechanical engineer from REC Bhopal, now NIT, and did his PGDM from IIM Bangalore. He led Godrej Interior brand to make it a market leader in home furniture businesses, creating an all-India retail network of more than 250 stores and 600 dealers. He implemented many high-impact and innovative projects to improve business performance and customer experience. He firmly believes in sustainable business process and is involved in driving business excellence in interior division. Also, the division won coveted prize of CII Business Excellence for the year 2016-17. He has been contributed actively in various retail franchising and marketing forums as a thought leader. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Subodh Mehta to kindly share the opening remarks and set the context for today's session.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So now I'm stopping to share my screen. We will be running the sponsor videos now. Okay. Rights will go to Hemant, and 145 onwards, we will take back the rights. Okay. And उसके बाद 145 तक now what you have to do is ensure that everybody is here. ठीक है?
मैंने 145 पे ही बोला है सबको आने के लिए वैसे. ठीक है.
एंड प्रतीक, और एक चीज है, जो सेकंड सेशन शुरू होगा ना, तो सपोज सी आवर सेकंड सेशन इज स्टिल 345. ओके.
हाँ. तो मैंने 330 पे बुलाए हैं बाकी सारे.
ओके. सो once at 3:45, we will see how much time is left out for the Q&A. Okay. If much time is left out, we take only 5-minute break. If less time is left out, we will take a 10-minute break. Okay. And that announcement I will most probably make. अगर ऐसा होता है तो we'll stay connected on WhatsApp. ठीक है. And then we start the second session. Second session में first introduction will be for Mr. Mahesh Anand. ठीक है. And let's see, if you are busy at that time for calling the participants and somebody is not there, then let me introduce him. You can give them a call. Okay. If not, we'll proceed with, you can introduce them, no problem. ठीक है.
Okay.
चलो. Okay.
अभी यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं, यहाँ ये ब्लैंक स्क्रीन है. ओके. यहाँ पे व्यू ऑल अटेंडेंस, जिनको भी पैनलिस्ट बनना, यहाँ पे मैं हूँ. ओके. मुझे मेक पैनलिस्ट, तो मैं पैनलिस्ट अभी बन बताता हूँ. अभी ऐसे बना दिया ना, तो इसको अगर राइट क्लिक करेंगे, चेंज रोल टू प्रेजेंटर अटेंडिंग होस्ट लाइक दैट. ओके. अच्छा, प्रेजेंटर अलग है, पैनलिस्ट अलग है. मेरे को प्रेजेंटर बनाना है.
ये राइट क्लिक करके प्रेजेंटर बनाना.
ये राइट क्लिक करके आगे चेंज रोल टू प्रेजेंटर. अभी आपको फिर से वापस उनको अटेंड बनाना, तो ये प्रतीक से अभी उनको किसी और करना है ना, तो अटेंडी भी बना सकते हो, तो फिर वो बंदा अटेंडी बन जाएगा. प्रेजेंट. फर्स्ट यू हैव टू मेक हिम पैनलिस्ट, देन यू हैव टू मेक हिम प्रेजेंटर फॉर हिम टू प्रेजेंट. ओके. अभी मुझे प्रेजेंटर राइट्स दे दिए, तो मैं वहां से वीडियो प्ले कर सकता हूँ. या
कौन है, किसको सिखा रहे हो?
हाँ मैं भाई, स्वागत है सरकार. अभी कैसे?
अरे क्या हाल चाल.
अभी ऑलरेडी
प्रेजेंटर है तो आपको. अच्छा, ये तुम्हारा स्क्रीन है जो
ये होस्ट है. अभी इस पे एक्सपेरिमेंट मत करो. हाँ, उस पे कर लेना. अभी आप YouTube खोलो, आपके इसमें से स्ट्रीम हो रहा है कि हम देखते हैं. हाँ, खोलो ना.
ऑडियो नहीं।
Hello, Himanshu. Are you able to hear me? Can I check? Is my voice coming there? Him- आवाज भी आ रहा है ना? Okay. Now you share the video. I will give you right set. Hmm. Stop sharing. Change role to change role to presenter. Okay, Matt, you got the rights. Start. See in YouTube live also what is it showing?
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Brady. Prateek this side.
Good morning, everyone. It's Katrina Brady here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Great. How are you?
I'm good, ma'am. How are you?
Very well, thank you very much.
So actually, we are in process of trying out to play videos in our session. So that's a
When you hand over to me, would you like me to share my screen?
we can do that. You have
Yes,
to
we
wait
can
for
check
like.
that. That's not an issue. I'm having the rights. Probably change role to presenter. Yeah, would you like to try now?
Sure.
Yes.
Yes. Himanshu, would you mind muting yourself? Yes, we can see the presentation. Try changing slides. Yes, it's working fine.
That's great. Okay, so when you hand over to me, I will do
Yes, you have
this.
to share the presentation. Correct, right.
Okay. That looks great, thank you.
We'll start at 2.
What did you say? Sorry.
We will start the session at 2.
At 2. Okay.
It's
I'm
about
trying to-
15
I'm trying
minutes
to
from
count
now.
back in my head. Oh,
Yeah,
perfect.
about 15 minutes
Yeah.
from now. Yeah.
Yes, because you are, I think you are 5.5 hours ahead of me. So it is now 9:10 in the morning for me. So when you were saying 2 o'clock, I was thinking, is that 7 o'clock? Yes, or
Okay.
I'm going to post on my Twitter now to encourage people to join.
A very good afternoon, Subodh Mehtaji.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
we can
sir.
hear you.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, good afternoon, Subodh, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're
Yes.
audible. If you want to try out your camera, we can do that also, sir.
No. So what is the general, or do we keep the video on or off?
Okay. So, sir, I'll just explain you the process. At 2 o'clock, you can switch on your video, and at the starting, Pratik will be introducing you, and we'll be using this slide to introduce you first. And once you're introduced, you can give your opening remarks for say about 10 to 15 minutes, depending on your time. And once you set the context for this session, we'll be calling in our first speaker, which is Ms. Catriona Brady, and we'll display this slide. For the remaining speakers, sir, we request you to introduce it from your end. We will display the slide. Okay, sir. So as soon as you finish your opening remarks, you can tell that I would like to welcome my first speaker, and we'll change the slide here, sir. Okay.
Thank you. Just to let you know, you
Sure,
say my
sure.
name, Katrina.
Yes.
There's a silent O, so it said
Okay.
Katrina.
Okay. Sorry.
Brady. No, don't worry. It's spelt like that.
Okay,
It's the
Katrina,
Scottish way.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
I would have definitely pronounced it wrongly.
Don't worry. And thank you for changing.
Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Sudesh has also joined. Only Prasanna Kumar is left.
I think Nitin mic is muted.
Mr. Nitin, you can speak now. We can have a test.
Yeah, is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
Fine. I took a mock in the morning, so I think it works.
Sure, sir. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Hello, I'm audible. Just checking.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, thanks. I'll mute myself.
Sure. We'll be starting at 2 o'clock, so that's about 7 minutes from now. Welcome, Mr. Basant Kumar. Would you like to check your mic? We'll just unmute you once.
Yes. You can hear me now?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. That's great.
Thank you.
Would you want to share your video also and check?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir. You're visible.
Yeah. So I'm not able to share my presentation. So I think you need to
Okay.
activate.
If you would, yeah, I'll give you the right. You can check that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I made you the presenter. The third option on the below.
Right. You got it.
He's not yet.
Yeah. Is it visible now?
There is a lag. Probably we'll wait for a couple of seconds and it might turn up.
Yes, sir. We can see the.
Okay, thank you.
Utsav?
Yes. Can we start?
Can you give me the presenter rights?
You want to present because I would be playing the first presentation here. So okay, Himanshu, I will give it to you. 1 minute. Let me just check.
Accelerate our innovation. How do we describe ourselves? Well, we'd like to say we're a passion for paint. It's been part of our story since 1792. How we thought and used it.
A very good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of CII GreenPro Ecolabel, I, Prateek Khanna, welcome you all to the second day of fourth edition of GreenPro Virtual Summit and Expo. The theme of the day is Health and Well-being, and first session is on products and technologies for enhancing physical well-being of building occupants. To proceed further, I would like to welcome Mr. Subodh Mehta, Senior Vice President, Godrej Interior, and the chair for this session. Mr. Subodh Mehta is a mechanical engineering from REC Bhopal, now called an NIT, and did his PGDM from IIM Bangalore. He led Godrej Interior brand to make it the market leader in home furniture business, creating an all-India retail network of more than 250 stores and 600 dealers. He implemented many high-impact and innovative projects to improve business performance and customer experience. He firmly believes in sustainable business processes and is involved in driving business excellence in interior division. Also, the division won the coveted prize of CII Business Excellence for the year 2016-17. He has been contributing actively in various retail, franchising, and marketing forums as a thought leader. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Subodh Mehta to kindly share the opening remarks and set the context for today's session.
Good afternoon, everyone. And welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. Please continue.
Edition of GreenPro Summit. I'm sure I think this one virtually.
Sir, we request you to switch on your webcam.
And your near and dear. Right, sure. I hope that they are too much and we keep doing the various surveys, various research to understand how the customer behavior is changing. Now, all of us have read a lot that after COVID has come in, the customer behavior has changed substantially. Now, the two specific trends I want to talk about, which we saw very clearly post-COVID in changing customer behavior. Attention to health and wellness. Almost every bigger train and the amount a lot of importance to the brands which have certain specific attributes. These attributes being what is the purpose of the brand, what do they understand from the brand, it is trustworthy or not, and whether brand is socially responsible. So these are the facts. Possibly we're not so. So really of great importance in terms of wellness and health, as well as the fact that companies and brands who behave responsibly, who are going for the growth, but they are keeping the mind in their mind the sustainability aspects of their growth. The people, as they say, are also apart from the profit, they are also thinking about the people and planet. These are the companies which will get the premium from the customer, which will get a clear preference from the customer. Now, if you look at today's topic, there are various aspects of health and wellness related to product and technologies for occupants. I think the first will be, of course, the product safety and the comfort. Safety looks like a very basic aspect and very trivial aspect, but I would say that this, if you look at the examples which we have seen in the years, one of the very reputed and very large international furniture player had to recall a lot of furniture items, especially the filing cabinets, toppling over and where injuries. Product safety cannot be taken lightly, but I'm sure everybody understands that. The second point important with respect to the product usage, and that is where the ergonomic design plays a very, very important role. Many of the companies have already started thinking about it, working on it. To just take the opportunity to give certain examples with respect to what we are doing at Godrej very, very quickly. So, for example, we design and manufacturing our modular kitchen, and when we design our modular, do take care of the ergonomics in complete sense of the word. We look at the anthropometric data of Indian users, and accordingly, the various dimensions of the kitchen and various dimensions of the various components of the kitchen are decided. Even when we are thinking about the kitchen planning, the one question we ask the user whether you are a left-handed or the right-handed person, because this itself can make substantial changes in the way you put various modules of the kitchen. Now, as far as chair is concerned, the ergonomics has been part of the chair design for a very, very long time. And so Godrej, being a market leader, has been working a lot on that. So much so that actually we have created an ergonomic cell which has very qualified doctors who constantly keep doing research. Definitely many other companies are also doing it, but my purpose is just to give you certain examples of how these things have become very important now. And it has been said that various studies which we have done, we have found that 76% of people complain of pain, comfort, and even a study which was recently done about 2.5 months back with respect to work from home situations, where also we found that a lot of people have complained about the pain and discomfort because they do not have a proper chair and they do not have a proper arrangement of sort of working for long hours. So ergonomic dimension with respect to well-being for furniture products, and of course the similar examples of other categories which are there, which are used in the building, will be important. The second one I'd like to talk briefly is basically indoor quality. Now, there's not much focus on the indoor quality if you look at it, and as compared to the outdoor pollution, I think indoor quality always takes a seat. But many of the studies have shown times can be more hazardous than the outdoor pollution, because in indoor quality the airflow gets restricted and all the pollution remain concentrated in one place, and it may have a much more hazardous effect on the health. Now, obviously, again, being from furniture industry, I would About 5 to 6 years back, we were possibly the ones who took the initiative here and went for a Green Guard certification. This certification largely is about VOC, the organic compound emanated from and in fact, many of European and even United States, many of the states like California, etc., have stipulated a very strict VOC norms, and anything above that particular norm is not accepted. So I think this part of the indoor quality is definitely coming up in a big way. That physical well-being of the occupants with respect to product and technology can be enhanced continuously. So I would not like to take too much of a time. We have an array of people studying that subject for such a long time. So I would you will have a very great session and the kind of understanding will hear in the next. So I would like to invite first speaker, Ms. Katrina Brady. Ms. Katrina Brady of the World Green Building Council's Better for People Global Project. She manages the steering committee of approximately 30 GBCs from around the world, a lot of work, and leads all major deliverables. Katrina regularly speaks at high-level events, industry conferences, and webinars. She also serves on a number of expert task forces, including the Well Task Force on COVID-19. Additionally, Katrina leads for the World Green Building Council and is currently working with members from 70 countries to develop new North Star goals for the movement. Katrina has a background in environmental and sustainability consultancy and experience certifications and project worldwide. Katrina is also an experienced school teacher, qualified in geography and with additional background in professional service. Let's welcome Katrina Brady.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mehta. Thank you for your inspiring words and your introduction. Okay, I hope you should all be able to see my screen now. And it's my great pleasure to be presenting to you today. I'm speaking to you from London, so it's first thing in the morning for me, and it's a real pleasure to be able to join you today for the second day of this conference. I work for the World Green Building Council, and today I'm going to share what work we are doing and have been doing for the last 5 years and looking forwards about health and well-being in the built environment. So my name is Katrina Brady. I'm head of our Better Places for People global project and strategic planning lead for the World Green Building Council. The World Green Building Council is a global network. We're made up of 70 national green building councils, including one of our core members, the India Green Building Council, who it's great to collaborate with today, who represent around 36,000 organizations around the world dedicated to combating climate change and improving sustainability in the built environment. The areas that we specifically work in, as you'll see on screen, are aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals. One of the tasks that we did last year that was part of my role in this strategy area was to map out which of the UN Sustainable Development Goals were most relevant to the built environment, and the ones that we felt that our global network could most actively contribute in helping to meet the targets set by the UN. You can hopefully see the goals across the bottom of my slide, and they're nicely amalgamated into these 3 core themes, which we are calling our impact areas. These are climate action, health and well-being, and resources and circularity. And we believe that these are the 3 areas of sustainability that our built environment movement can be focusing on, looking at them separately, but more importantly, together. Now, as Mr. Mehta kindly said, one of my roles recently has been to lead a global consultation for setting up North Star goals for the movement. And this is something that we have been working with industry, with our green building councils on, and will soon be releasing, but I'm pleased to be able to show you our vision for health and well-being today. We strive for a built environment that delivers healthy, equitable, and resilient buildings, communities, and cities. And as I progress through my presentation, I would like to show you the projects we're undertaking to try and meet this goal. So our health and well-being work is run under the Better Places for People Global Project, which is dedicated to transforming health and well-being and human quality of life. I'm going to run through 3 core things we're working on this year with the steering committee in my 15-minute presentation. The project is truly global. We work with over 30 green building councils from around the world. You can see on screen that we really do have a diverse representation, many green building councils from Asia Pacific, and I work very closely with some of the excellent colleagues from India Green Building Council. So in my session this morning, I would like to share with you 3 important priorities that we see are key for pursuing the health and well-being agenda in the built environment. Firstly, how we develop a business case for health and well-being, how we can persuade a wider audience to look at sustainability, both pre and post-COVID. Secondly, our focused air quality campaign. And thirdly, the work that we're doing behind the scenes at the moment to redefine the scope of health and well-being that we will publish in November of this year as a dedicated framework. So when I'm talking about the business case of sustainable buildings, I always like to begin with these 2 slides, which I call the rule of 90%. The first of which is that we spend an average of 90% of our time indoors. And this really links back to what Mr. Mehta said in his opening remarks, that sometimes our indoor environment can be more hazardous than outdoors because we do spend so much time inside. And of course, at the moment, with so many of us across the world experiencing lockdowns because of the COVID-19 pandemic, I expect this number would actually be far higher, possibly closer to 100% for many of us over the last few months. Now, from a commercial perspective, for your average office-based organization, research has shown that businesses spend an average of 90% of their overhead costs on people. This far outweighs the cost of rent, the cost of energy. And so what it suggests is that if you're looking to make an investment to improve your business returns, one of the best things you can do is invest in your people to try and make them more productive, to make them more healthy, less likely to be off sick, and possibly even less likely to leave an organization. This chart on the left was published in the World Green Building Council's Health and Wellbeing in Offices report from 2013. This one just here on the right-hand side of my screen. And this is something that the World Green Building Council has been working on for the past 5 to 7 years to really develop this business case for sustainable buildings. Part of this is ensuring that when we're talking about green, sustainable buildings, we bring in that social aspect. We have to also talk about people and planet hand in hand. There's no point us creating a green building that's not healthy for people, and also vice versa. And so we've been trying to demonstrate this through publishing case study focused reports to show around the world buildings of different typologies experiencing this positive financial benefit because they've created environments that are good for people and the planet. All of these reports are available on the World Green Building Council's website free of charge. You'll be able to download them if you're interested. And an example of some of the statistics that we have shared, research that we have helped to conduct or to share the findings, are around the economics of improved health. And at a micro level, first of all, we've shared research such as that done by the Harvard School of Public Health, demonstrating that where people are in offices where they have better indoor air quality, better ventilation, less exposure to hazardous chemicals that could be off-gassing from materials, workers report higher cognitive scores. So they're more productive and their brains are functioning better. Similarly, an equivalent pattern has been shown with the reduction of sick leave when employees have access to natural light, views of nature, and also have that biophilic connection, where they feel an engagement with nature because you have nature inside your building, which does have a psychologically positive effect on people, studies have shown. And taking that into a different typology, it's even been demonstrated that in the healthcare sector, patients in hospital rooms that have access to natural light, access to nature, heal on average half a day faster, which could create a $93 million benefit to the US economy if that benefit could be extrapolated across the country. The economics can be macro scale as well, and looking on a national level, this graphic comes from the World Green Building Council's Healthier Homes, Healthier Planet report that we published in COP24 in 2018 and demonstrates some of the positive economic benefits of designing for health and well-being and how that can be positively extrapolated into financial benefit on a national or regional level. There are examples from around the world, but one of the ones I wanted to pull out was an Indian example, demonstrating the close relationship between retrofitting buildings, designing for daylight, comfort and energy efficiency, and the positive impact that can have on energy use and then consequently the user's bills. So if you would be interested in learning more about these case studies from around the world, I would encourage you to look at the World Green Building Council's Case Study Library. You can see the link on my screen, I hope, at worldgbc.org Case Study Library, where we have a growing library of healthy and also net zero carbon buildings. Some of them are both, that's why it's color coded. We also have an open invitation to submit new projects. So if you occupy or you have a client who looks after a building that would meet these criteria, please do submit the building at this site and we'll be able to showcase it on our website. So the second area of work I wanted to share with you today was around our air quality work, and specifically around a dedicated campaign that the World Green Building Council set up last year in partnership with the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. We recognise that when we're talking about air quality, the sectors that many people think of are maybe around transport, agriculture, waste. And whilst we recognise that, of course, these sectors have a long way to go in terms of reducing our exposure to pollution, the built environment is a substantial contributor to both ambient air pollution and also is our sole cause of sometimes experiencing poor indoor air quality. So we have set up this campaign to promote a sustainable built environment that mitigates both the cause and the effect of air pollution. And we're looking to explore both the social, the health benefits, and also the environmental, planetary benefits. The 4 goals of the campaign are as follows. Firstly, to reduce ambient outdoor emissions that come from the buildings and construction sector across the whole life cycle of buildings. That can be from the production of building materials, for example, the production of bricks we know is a very highly polluting industry. the embodied carbon and emissions of transporting them around the world, the localized emissions from construction on site and our manufacturing processes, and then of course the emissions when buildings are operational and the operational energy use. And we know that all of those emissions together are responsible for nearly 40% of global energy-related carbon emissions. So there is a huge amount that the building and construction sector can do to reduce ambient air pollution. Secondly, we're looking to target indoor air pollution sources. And this is where the conversation needs to be really localized, because on a global level, we're looking at things that are universal, for example, the impacts of products and chemicals in our homes in particular, particularly relevant for today's conversation, but also exploring things like microbial pollution, exposure to damp and mold, and all of these other issues that can relate a little bit more to construction practices and quality of our buildings. With that, we also need to promote sustainable building operation, and particularly at the moment when there's so much emphasis on increasing ventilation and fresh air supply to tackle COVID-19 as we try to reoccupy our spaces, we have to be aware of the energy requirement that that will take. And there is no point us creating a healthier indoor environment but jeopardizing our outdoor environment at the same time by producing so much pollution through our energy use. And actually, the indoor and outdoor air pollution conversation really must be brought together. We actually experience 65% of our exposure to outdoor air pollution when we're inside buildings. And that's because our buildings are not completely airtight. We often have our windows open for natural ventilation, or we have open style architecture. And because we spend so much of our time indoors, this is often where we experience pollutants that are generated outdoors. And of course, we want to be increasing awareness and action. And as part of that, we've created a global call to action under this campaign. And we've recognized throughout the work of our Green Building Councils that we cannot improve what we cannot measure. And measurement of air quality must be done with monitoring. And through that, we've set up a Plant a Sensor air quality monitoring campaign. The campaign has been set up to equip citizens, researchers, academics, and policymakers with information about air quality in and outdoors. We're looking for people around the world to acquire sensors, to install them, and to share the data on our real-time data platform on the World Green Building Council website. So this is what the platform looks like. We launched it in March of this year. You can see it on worldgbc.org/plant-a-sensor, and we would encourage you to go to the website to find out how you can be involved. If you have sensors already, we can go through the process of getting you connected and part of this map, or if you'd be interested in acquiring some and being part of the campaign, there's all the instructions on what to do there. The process is that we look for participants to install monitors. It could be 1, it could be 100, and to report their air quality data through the Reset Earth platform, which is accessed through the World GBC website. And we will be collaborating with our partners at Reset on air quality data analysis. And finally, in my last few minutes, I want to share with you a project that we're working on at the World Green Building Council and with our Green Building Councils about the future of health and well-being. For the past 2 years, we have been running a consultation exercise with Green Building Councils around the world, and India Green Building Council has been very, very involved in this, to scope and develop what health and well-being should mean. We recognise that sustainability is becoming more holistic as a concept, particularly because of the growing popularity of the Sustainable Development Goals. And we wish to redefine health and well-being and to publish this as a set of principles within a dedicated framework called the Better Places for People framework for health and well-being in buildings. As I said, the way that we talk about sustainability is changing. Health and well-being has to be equally holistic. We must consider not only the social impacts, but also the wider economic and environmental indicators of health. The framework that we're going to set up will be a network tool rolled out by the Green Building Council network and used by the wider industry as an education resource, a communications tool, and possibly even an advocacy platform, helping to grow understanding about health and well-being and act as a stepping stone for rating tools or certifications that have that extra detail and the indicators that are focused for a national market. The principles that we have created at the moment look something like this. These are our second draft principles. You'll see we're covering some of the more traditional health and well-being topics like health, comfort, access to nature, but we're also looking at things like the behavior of occupants, the social impact of a building or community, and also the climate and environmental indicators of health. And the global consultation that I mentioned, we've pulled together all the responses to scope the new areas that health and well-being should cover. And this is what we will be advocating for when we release this later this year. And you will see on screen that I've added a yellow outline to the areas that relate to products, materials, and technologies that directly enhance occupant health. And I think this demonstrates throughout the conversations throughout today how important this element of health and well-being is, because we're looking at health and well-being from the building to the city scale. And these topics are relevant really for at least half of the response topics that have come out of our consultation. Whether that's from air quality, whether that's in comfort, access to nature, or circular, safe material use, reducing our exposure to hazardous chemicals. Importantly for us, this is about taking a whole life cycle approach and redefining the scope of health and well-being in the built environment. And I hope when this framework is released, it will be of value to not only the members of the Indian Green Building Council, but also to the wider industry. And I hope this is something that you will be interested to learn more about and find value and use in when we release in November. The release of the framework will be on Wednesday, the 4th of November. We will be hosting a global virtual summit, which will be open to the public and industry, so please do stay tuned for more information about that, which will come from Indian Green Building Council and the World Green Building Council. There will also be regional launch events, which there may additionally be opportunity to work closely with us on. We will be releasing a dedicated report to explain the concepts of the framework, and also a full digital version released on our website, which will allow for regular updates and the sharing of many tools, including India GBC's health and wellbeing rating tools. So I conclude with a statement that I'm sure will be relevant for many of the presentations coming on, that we are recognizing that a holistic approach is essential to global sustainable development. And while we deal with the current health and well-being crisis, we must maintain this holistic approach in what we do. We must battle COVID-19 whilst also protecting the planet. We must build back better whilst not indirectly impacting resource use and efficiency. And I hope that the work of Better Places for People will be helpful in a lot of the projects that you are pursuing. Thank you very much, and I will look forward to answering questions during the Q&A session. And please do not hesitate to reach out to me directly if you have any specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it was very enlightened, at least for me, and thank you for sharing the vision for health and well-being. Also, by the industries for health and well-being, it is very clear now that it's the industries themselves, they have to go for it. And I think public-private partnership will be very important. Thank you very much again, Ms. Reddy. Now our next speaker, Mr. Mr. Vasant Kumar with MBA in marketing. Of experience in complex with different cultures, India, South Asia, and Middle East. Joined Armstrong in 2008, responsible for sales in India and South Asia. Key contributions include establishing Armstrong in India and South Asian market as a Armstrong core competencies are fluid flow, transfer, demand-based control, and digitization. Mr. Vasant Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Subodh. I will share my presentation. If you could give me the access, please.
Yes, sir, you have the access. You can share it.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to be a presenter in this forum. I am Basant Kumar, working at Armstrong Fluid Technology. I welcome all of you to this session of technological interventions for enhancing thermal comforts. My presentation is going to be on the centralized air conditioning systems in buildings. A brief about the company, Armstrong Fluid Technology. We are a company who are based at Toronto and with 84 years of experience in products and solutions that drive efficiency and sustainability through mechanical plants of buildings. We are present in 5 continents with 8 manufacturing facilities. So the topic is all about thermal comfort. So I thought let's try and understand what is the meaning of thermal comfort when we talk about the indoor environment. Thermal comfort is all about the measure of heat transfer between human body and its closed environment. Now, when we talk about indoor environment, as Katrina Brady also mentioned that the cognitive scores of people in the green buildings were higher than the normal buildings. That's all. The thermal comfort in a building plays a major role in that. So a comfortable indoor environment, which is mainly the thermal comfort, increases the occupant's productivity, health, and overall well-being. A study done by the industry shows that there is a reduction of performance of about 6% when the environment is at about 30 degrees centigrade indoor temperature, and a reduction of 4% at 15 degrees temperature. What this means is that the temperature has to be right. Too hot or too cold is a detriment to productivity. So the combination of green designs and smart technologies are able to create the intelligent buildings by improving energy efficiency, and it also analyzes the people's behavior in order to enhance their thermal comforts. Now, moving on, let's bring an analogy here to the from the telecommunication industry, just to set the context here, that a mobile phone in the earlier days were just used as a communication device through phone calls, whereas today we see the same mobile device could be used for much more applications, and technology has made a drastic change. So we have entered into a digitalized world where there are a lot of opportunities to enhance the performance of the equipment. Now, as I said, I'm going to focus on about the air conditioning systems in buildings. So when we expect, what is the expectations when we talk about optimization in a HVAC plant room? The first thing which comes to the mind is about performance. So it all means that involves minimizations of various input consumables for the given requisite load. Electricity is one major component over here. Well, and also in air conditioning, the consumption of water, right? Minimizing the consumption of water also forms an important factor for performance. The next element would be investment to achieve the desired performance, without excessive incremental expenditure. Generally, the investment for the optimization is considered as a payback to be anywhere between 2 to 5 years. Would be resilience. When we adopt new technologies, when we go in for the modern technologies, the total system or the equipments should be more resilient than the previous ones, which means that they should have different operating modes so that in the event of any mishaps or breakdowns, there's still a way to run the system. Now, another important point is reporting. There has to be a method where real-time confirmation is being reported out whether the implemented system is working or there is a drift in the performance. And finally, the results, which for the investor, there is a real-time comparison for him to know whether the implemented solution is working, and the compensation which has to be derived out of this investment is directly correlating with the performance of the results. Moving on, some of the technological approaches today, what is available in the current market to optimize our investment resilience and resilience are, the first one would be the feed-forward control technologies, right? We all would have heard about feedback control technologies. The feed-forward control technologies is something new. We will talk about this a little detail in the future slides. The next technology would be digital twin modeling and intelligent devices with machine learning capabilities. One more technology or the approach which can be used to optimize the energy consumption is active performance management with cloud connectivity. So I mentioned about feed-forward control systems. Just to give you all a brief about what exactly this means, we all would have heard about feedback control mechanism in some or the other manner. The new thing is this feed-forward control. In this system, in this type of technology, the system responds to the process state by providing an operating configuration that is predetermined, right? This helps in greater predictability, and it also has an ability to provide the process requirements and assess performance real time. Example of these feed-forward control systems is Armstrong design envelope pumping technology, which has a self-diagnosing, self-controlling mechanism within itself. It is intelligent. It has a flow meter built in, pressure sensing capabilities, and an event recording capability within itself, right? Just to give you all an example of whenever you see in a building, the load increases, right? That means the flow in the system is increasing, and the technology what we bring to the system is that it self-regulates. It understands what is the requirement, what is the change in the requirement, and auto adapts itself to the new requirement. So this is about the feed-forward control system I was mentioning, which is like a technology which has some kind of predictability, which is already mapped into the system, and it does not depend on any external resource for it to modify itself. Now, the other technology which I mentioned was about digital twins and intelligent devices. Just to give you all a brief about what is a digital twin. A digital twin is a dynamic or a digital model of a product or a process which analyzes existing systems data to the real world data, which means that it does a live comparison between real-time data and what is the data which is already available in the system. So one of the examples of this digital twin systems is Armstrong's plant control systems, where we take the digital twin approach. We create a full digital twin of each element in a plant room. It could be the pumping station, or it could be a chiller unit or a cooling tower unit. So each of these stations, the cooling system, is digitally mapped, right? It learns through observation of specific plant during different flow situations, and it has a predictability that, given a situation, how the equipment will behave, right? Which means it knows well in advance whether, if there is a certain different kind of a requirement which comes up, whether the equipment would be able to meet that or not. So it is all about predictability well in advance. Now, when we talk about these equipments, the technology is applied at the edge. That means within the product itself. Now, when these products are capable of connecting to the cloud and exchanging data, then they become all the more intelligent, and machine learning capabilities come into picture, where when it is connected to the cloud, it learns from the larger population which is already out there in the system, right? Which helps in assessing the root causes of degradations, right? So it's all about community learning, right? When all the systems are connected, so one system learns from the other system how it would, perform better in a given situation. So the last technology which we see in enhancing the energy efficiency of a building, air conditioning in a building, is the active performance management. This is all have connectivity, which means data exchange within the cloud, and also has some sort of analytics capability. So with this connectivity and analytics capability, so the entire system, it learns by itself, it predicts what is going to happen, and tries to give recommendations to optimize the system. So these technologies would help in increasing the thermal comfort in buildings, which means that having a more precision control in terms of the right temperature required for the occupants, right? Thereby increasing their productivity and keeping the performance at high levels, right? So that's the end of my presentation. So I would wait for the Q&A session to take any question. Thank you.
Can you give me sharing rights?
Okay. So we welcome the next speaker, Ms. Sudeshna Mukhopadhyay. She is an electrical engineer by education from Jadavpur University and Connecticut, USA. She's a renowned industry expert in lighting applications with 33 years of extensive global experience in lighting application and project management, winning many international awards and accolades. She established the Lighting Academy in India, which spearheaded lighting education in India, and was the head of Philips Lighting Center and Design till December 2016. Since 2017, she's a member of the founding team as a chief design officer of a homegrown smart lighting startup, IBHAM Illumination Private Limited, with Sarvochi as their brand. Well renowned by the lighting fraternity in India and overseas, she is a regular participant and invited speaker in various national and international conferences. She has been an adjunct faculty in leading educational institutes in India. She is one of the leading experts in field impact of lighting on human health and well-being. She's a member of various committees. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sure, sir. We have just introduced our next speaker, sir. So Ms. Sudeshna would be taking over the presentation, sir. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can you get me the sharing rights?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
You have the rights, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much for the kind introduction. So in the next 20 minutes, I think Katriona set the context very well in terms of health and well-being. And, lighting is an extremely important integral part of, enhancing the well-being of its occupants. So today what I'm going to do is very quickly share what does actually light and well-being mean, what is the lighting component to it, and also the new age smart technologies which will help us to really speedily adopt well-being specifically from the lighting point of view. If I've seen the lighting evolution over the 33 years of my practice, we've seen the gradual change and sometimes quite fast change from lighting being only considered as a lux and a watt syndrome. That means you need whatever 36 watt or a 40-watt lamp or a 100-watt lamp to get a 300 lux or a 500 lux or a 30 lux depending on the application. We moved quickly to visual ambience because it was only about performance at one point of time when we started our practice in lighting. Then the industry started about visual ambience. Color rendering also became very important part of it, and a lot of new technologies like ceramic discharge, metal halide lamps, halogen lamps were introduced, which ensured that the color rendering was higher. Later on, we moved towards a much more in-depth appreciation of lighting, from performance to ambience to visual comfort and now to human-centric lighting. So this visual comfort and human-centric lighting is extremely all are connected together. So unless all of these we are able to connect the dots, we will not be able to really have a good lighting solution enabling well-being for the building occupants. In the lighting industry, in the last 10 years, we have seen rapid technology introduction in all the spheres. LED started becoming a wide-scale adoption from 2010. Actually, 2014 onwards, the speed increased in India. We are seeing the prices of LED and sensors coming down. And from 2016-17, there is something else which is happening to the normal digitization. LED itself was a digitization in the lighting space, is the explosion in the smartphones, apps, cloud computing, and the changes in the wireless communication industries. Lighting has now actually getting into a completely new sphere, what we call as the beyond lighting techniques. So there is a lighting component of the lighting equipment, and there is now a non-lighting component of the lighting equipment. Before today's part, I'm not going to go so deeply into the non-lighting part of the lighting equipment just for the paucity of time. But even if I just consider how lighting impacts us, it's important to remember that 87% of our sensory input is from sight. Light is energy, all of us know that. 50% of our brain is used for vision. This is everybody knows that, but what I really think that we need to get ourselves reminded now, because so far the lighting industry, the building industry, the designers, the certification authorities were only concerned about the visual pathway which light had with the brain. So it was all about lux, it was all about watts per meter square. In the last 12 years or so, or in fact, a little more than 20 years, 1999, 2000, when the non-visual pathway was discovered by the lighting fraternity, we realized that lighting is a much more important component, not only for visual performance, visual ambience, or visual comfort. It is the most important component for well-being of human being. Because if you do not have the right quality of lighting triggering your non-visual pathway, our entire body rhythm, specifically our circadian rhythm, will go topsy-turvy. Katrina mentioned about 90% of our time is indoors. If you really think about human evolution, all our DNA, our hormone secretion is actually tuned to sunrise and sunset. We get up in the morning, we work through the day, and human being, no matter from which part of the world you are from, after sunset we start feeling tired and then go to sleep. So this is a natural human cycle, and it is completely governed by the sunrise and the sunset cycle, which we call as a human circadian rhythm. It has been proved adequately by the fraternity that the non-visual pathway, which I just talked about, is the main trigger of our human circadian rhythm. And light is the main environmental cue that entrains the human circadian rhythm. So much so, this is so important that in 2017, a Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine was awarded for this molecular mechanism which controls circadian rhythm. And light is the environmental cue. So if we are talking about healthy and well-being in buildings and uh, uh, well standards or occupants well-being, we cannot ignore light, and we cannot take lighting only as a trigger which is helping us to see. Because there are now, if I consider about human-centric lighting, and all the standards are now getting rewritten around this human-centric lighting, there are three important aspects which are getting addressed. One is a visual performance and comfort. We all knew about it. Then the second part is the non-visual component of the lighting. That is the light healthy enough, which is triggering our circadian rhythm? And also, what is it doing to our psychological performance? Is it changing? Is it, is the color quality right enough, which affects our mood and perception? And if we do all these three correctly, our performance improves, our alertness improves, and the mental and cognitive health, which all the other speakers were all talking about, also starts improving. So if I take the lighting characteristics which and the standards which are changing now, it is not only about lux. It is about lighting in your task area, which can be very different than your entire space. How much light is falling on our eyes? Is the lighting good, giving you good melanopic lux level? EML is standing for melanopic lux. So all lighting designers now are dealing with two lux levels, one lux level which is helping us to see, the other lux level to ensure that our circadian rhythm, even if we are staying indoors through unnatural times of 10 hours, 12 hours, is not getting desynchronized, and therefore we need to meet the melanopic lux level. What time of the day? What is the exposure and duration of the lighting? So are we getting the light spectrum correctly? If you just look out, daytime, the sky is blue. Evening time, the sky is red. These two colors are very important for us. A blue sky helps us to keep us energetic. A warm and a red sky gives a trigger to all human beings that it is now time to retire and sleep. So the color of the light actually triggers your melatonin level or your cortisol level. It is, the conversely dependent on each other. So all these are very important now as we talk about lighting, and not forgetting glare control, shielding, and flicker. So if I take the well standards now, and this is very interesting, because now when I look at the lighting standards released as recently as 2019 by the European, it's an European norm standard, the almost all the parameters which the well-being standards are talking about is now a integrated part of the visual lighting standards already. So the circadian lighting, which was part of the well standards, is now also the part of the lighting standards. This basically underlines the importance light plays in the role of health and well-being in a building, in a space, in indoors and outdoors. So we need to actually address all these facets. There is no scope for compromising that, okay, I just meet my lighting standards, but I give away my color quality or the spectrum because, if I buy a light with good color rendering index, it may be expensive, then you're compromising on the well-being of the occupants. So each and every parameter now plays a very, very important role in ensuring the well-being of the occupants. So if I talk about light and well-being, daylight definitely is the best. But depending on which country, which season, where you are located, also building design, no matter how much optimization of daylight entry you do, you cannot have daylight through the day. And specifically, when you are indoors, not all space can have access to daylight. If you have, good enough. But then there are cloudy days, there are winter days where we need to deal with gray sky. So there is a new concept of lighting which is now being really introduced by all leading manufacturers, is what we call as human-centric lighting or dynamic lighting levels, where the entire lighting solution in terms of intensity, colors, in terms of variation, starts mimicking the daylight. So from 6 a.m. in the morning to 6 p.m. in the night in your workspace, you can synchronize artificial lighting exactly as the daylight as you want, and both in terms of light intensity, distribution and color, because even if you see the shadow pattern changes with the daylight movement. So we need to bring in variation in all the parameters. It's just not changing colors or changing intensity. We need to change all the three parameters to really mimic daylight inside a built environment. And that is what exactly we are talking about, what when we call as dynamic and tuned lighting. This brings to the technology which is going to enable it. This is something, what I talked about till now is not new. It's not new in the sense that this is something which has been unearthed and validated over the last 20 years. But we did not see a large penetration in many of the buildings, even green certified buildings or well certified buildings, because the technology probably was not ready for it. But we are now seeing lighting controls getting smarter. I already talked about LEDs getting smarter. We have phones, we have mobile apps, we have cloud computing, everything all together. The technology is now absolutely in the right what you can say stage to enable penetration of a health and to introduce and establish health and well-being through lighting in a built environment. So lighting needs have been changing. People are individuals, so you need personal interfaces. There are automatic operations. As I just mentioned, that there are multiple lighting effects which we need to program through the day. Color, intensity, light grouping, the way we need our light, improving well-being, and of course we need fast and easy installation. And especially when we are talking about the COVID era, we do not know when the post-COVID era is going to come. Whatever we do, we need extremely easy installation, easy programming, easy commissioning and easy maintenance. When I say easy, it's ease and less time to do that, so both together. So what are the shifts which we are seeing in the technology front? We did have lighting controls also in the past. DALI was quite a popular platform in terms of lighting controls, which also helped us to do lighting tuning. We also had power over Ethernet with simplified wiring to a certain extent, because you could transmit electrical power through data wiring. But in the last 3 to 4 years, we are now seeing the evolution of the wireless platform, making it very, very simple to use, making it much more acceptable also in terms of installation practices and usage practices, and therefore cost as well, in the space which is enabling health and well-being. So the wireless lighting system gets app control, so you do not need any special computers, any other special devices. Your mobile phone or your tab can control your lighting itself. Because you're using wireless, no control wiring, no cabling, no special panels are all required. Wireless platforms can be, plenty, and then you can do whatever you want to do with your light. There are many protocols which are available. We all know Android, iOS in the communication technology on the phones. Similarly, in the lighting world, even in the wireless technology, there are different protocols. You have Zigbee, you have BLE mesh, we have Wi-Fi, and in the wired, we have DALI, we have power over Ethernet. The ones which you see in yellow are the most popular ones, and I'll just quickly tell you later that where do you need what. So it depends on your usage, whether you are going to, adopt a Zigbee protocol or a BLE protocol or a Wi-Fi protocol. So if I go into the wireless lighting technology or an IoT-based IoT lighting, you see the lighting definition has completely changed. The industry earlier, in my last 31 years or 30 years, was only manufacturing lighting product, this part out over here. And today, this industry has expanded beyond this to integrate so many other things which were non-lighting into lighting itself, so that it becomes smart, it becomes IoT enabled, and it makes the user's experience much more simpler and much more, I could use the word fun itself. So the lighting and IoT, if you see, has pushed the lighting industry beyond lighting. So lighting now is being used as positioning systems. It is being used as data communication. Many of you may be already familiar with the project Li-Fi, where the light equipment is being used to stream data itself, and light being omnipresent in any building environment, that you can generate a lot of MIS regarding occupancy, and something which is going to become very, very important in the coming days and years. So these are the things which will start communicating to each other. Lighting will start communicating with security, with the indoor air quality and devices, with the entertainment appliances and services. So if I take a smart office solutions, of course it goes dynamic, but if I just show you one slide, it can become as simple as this. All you need to have is your traditional lighting equipment just enabled with probably a wireless communication device, and just with an app, you can just configure and control them and make the workspace ready for a well certification. More than a certification, make it healthy for its occupants. So the the wireless technology has made this so simple that you can even retrofit existing installation and upgrade it from only a green certified building to a well certified building as well. You do not need to do anything. The same technology helps you to maintain the lux level same over its usage years, so that you also start saving energy. So it's not going to be only well, it also addresses the green part of the entire thing. And that's what the power of these wireless technology in offices, because office environment is going to change, right? This is what probably the offices of the future would look like. The same office where someone is working and someone is playing together. So you need different lighting environment, and only through wireless technologies can you change the lighting environment from one to the other. So what is the right protocol as I conclude my lecture? I think today there is no straight answer. It will all depend on what your user need is. How much of MIS do you want? What is your deliverable? What sort of robustness you're talking about? Let us say if you're in a home, you want to control 300 light points in your home. probably you need to go in for a mesh technology than for an Wi-Fi technology, because otherwise your Wi-Fi router size to control 300 light points at any point of time will be huge. So what we are seeing currently, that in the residence space, the wireless technology is actually gaining grounds. We are seeing a lot of IoT driven solutions, just like, I'm part of a startup. In the last 3 years, we have a lot of wireless smart home solutions. The commercial spaces, the smaller spaces are adopting more BLE mesh. If you want to connect to the Wi-Fi or to the cloud, then you just use a gateway and connect to the cloud. The larger buildings traditionally still are adopting a wired solution like a power over Ethernet, or probably a hybrid solution where you have a DALI system which is also talking to a wireless mesh system. So this entire space is evolving. It is now impossible today to say that this is the only protocol or this is the best protocol. This is evolving. As all you know, the wireless communication space is evolving. So lighting is now an integral part of Wi-Fi groups, of BLE mesh groups, of Zigbee groups, and together, of course, this entire protocol for communication is maturing. I showed you in another slide that lighting has completely moved from being only an hardware lighting generator to something which is beyond, and lot of skills are, different type of skills are now required. We expect that the quicker adoption of wireless platform will happen because it is becoming much more affordable. It's simple, it's extremely flexible. No pre-engineering required to adopt a thing, because you can make your lighting groups and change your lighting groups as well. It is not dependent on your physical wiring system. So it's a very flexible, very simple system. Lot number of portfolio is being designed around this platform, and it is getting much more robust than what it was 5 years ago. And I think this portfolio and this platform is also very locally relevant for India. As I mentioned, I'm a part of a startup. We started off in 2016. We are a government recognized startup in smart lighting space with our own in-house R&D team with sales, technical support, business development professionals. And in 2018, within a year of our operations, we also won the Frost & Sullivan Best Practices Award and the most entrepreneur smart LED company in India. Thank you very much. I'll wait for the question answer sessions if you have any.
Thank you, Sudeshna. It was really informative about lighting evolution, right from lux and watts to human-centric lines, various protocols, and the new technology. Thank you very much. Now, I'll request the subsequent speakers to be brief and try to be within 15 minutes because we have got lot many speakers lined up. So it is important that everybody gets a equal chance. The next speaker is Mr. Nitin Sudame. He is a leader and innovator. Nitin is an engineer by qualification with over 34 years of experience. Started his career in 1986 as a project manager with Thermex. After completing bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from VNIT Nagpur, his stints with Spath Industries, Videocon, VCR Limited, and Blowplast Ergonomics Limited helped him build his skills in material management, purchase, logistics, and senior management roles. He had DPL as vice president to make it to the top supplier in Indian furniture industry. Eventually, Nitin ingrained entrepreneurial spirits led him to join Spacefoot Furniture in 1996, a 500 plus crore group as a director, and later in 2011 co-founded Spaceport Office Solutions Private Limited. His ability to build high performance teams has been the catalyst in making SOS one of the fastest growing modular office furniture companies in India. Mr. Nitin Sudame.
leading companies in office furniture space. Hello.
Yes, Mr. Nitin, now you are audible.
Yeah, it's going fine. I just want confirmation.
Yes, you are audible now.
Okay, fine. Yeah. So, yeah, let me carry on. So basically, in the corporates, what we all expect is happy employees. And happy employees, as we all know, is a secret of secret of corporate success. And this is where it brings us a concept of wellness. And as far as the concept of wellness is concerned, essentially we talk about a couple of aspects, essentially 7 aspects, meaning physical, environmental, emotional, social, mental, spiritual, and occupational aspects of wellness. So wellness is a big science. Today I would like to cover only the first aspect, which is a physical one, which largely relates to ergonomics at work. And that's what I would prefer to elaborate upon. So physical wellness is largely correlated with ergonomics. And if we just try to understand the origin of word ergonomics, it comes from ergo and nomos, which is a Greek word, which basically relates to ergo is work and nomos is law. So the laws relating to work, which basically define how a worker essentially started with more industrial practices, but eventually equally applicable in offices as well. So fitting the job to the worker or employee, which includes the way you work at workstation, the way you use your tools and equipment. This entire science is about ergonomics. And that's what we'll just see in brief what it talks about. And why is that it is important to look into ergonomics? What can office ergonomics do for your organization? Basically, it maximizes productivity, it improves employee performance, creates thriving work environment, reinforces positive brand image, increases employee engagement, and reduces costs. Basically, because efficiency goes up. Now, it is generally a very quick survey or some study by experts have generally revealed that 90% of the employees admit that their attitude about work is adversely affected by the quality of their workplace environment. And why this happens is primarily probably they're not using the right tools or ergonomic or the tools which are required for our day-to-day working. And what exactly happens because of that? What are the office work condition related to health issues? The common problem that we normally face is neck and shoulder and back pain. Most common, which is this one. Then headaches, strain to the eyes, especially people in IT working very long hours on the computers. Tendonitis, which is also known as tennis elbow. Bursitis, a very severe pain in the shoulders. General fatigue, feeling extremely tired, and poor concentration. Once this is, you're not able to concentrate on your work. And essentially, what are the consequences of this? Consequences are that the treatment is required, which requires time off the work, means loss of productivity, likely errors in your work, mistakes in the calculations, impact on home life, work-life balance, and you are compromising your leisure activities, increased risk of injury, feeling unhappy and sometimes cranky. So these are the consequences, and that's why we must avoid that. Something which we can normally take care of, and yeah. So what are the components of good ergonomic workstation setup? What is that we should take care of in the physical wellness part? Essentially, we take care of good posture, chair that we sit upon majority of the times, desk that we work upon, the keyboard that we use to operate our computer, the mouse, which in case of desktop users, or a built-in mouse in case of laptop users, the footrest, the equipment which is placed on the other equipment which is placed on the desk, then adequate desk and under desk space, and incorporation of dynamic movement into work day and task. These are the components of overall good ergonomic workstation setup and the office layout as well. So let me quickly elaborate on the next. So when I say posture, I essentially mean the equipment is important, but the way you use it is even more critical. So the right side image tells you what you should do and what you should not do. What is a good posture? Obviously, sit upright, weight balanced on the bottom and thighs, knees slightly lower than the hips, feet supported. Look forward with a chin tucked in, shoulders relaxed, shoulder blades down and symmetrical. As far as the chair is concerned, very, very basic things that we must take care of. Seat height, where the feet must be flat on floor. Feet should not be floating. Thighs comfortably resting on the seat pan. Backrest, adjusted the backrest angle in 90 to 110 degree for most work actions. When you are actually working 90 degrees, when you are relaxing 110 degrees. The lumbar support, feel for deepest part of the low back curve, and that must be properly and rigidly supported. Adjust the height of the lumbar support to match the deepest part of the curve, because person to person this position might change. So usually there is a lever in the chair which you can adjust, and then adjust the tension for best of the comfort that you feel. A very, I would not go in much detail. Probably most of you are used to a chair. What is the ergonomic chair? Probably some of you may not have been using a chair with so many features. But ideally, a full ergonomic chair, which will have everything, which will have, I mean, starting 1 to 9, fully upholstered seat or a comfortable seat, back usually cushion or these days mesh to provide more breathing, synchronized movement, which can allow you to lock it multiple times, tilt it as per your need. Self-weight adjusting mechanism, so that irrespective of your weight, you don't worry about the chair being felt either very easy or very. The ratchet height adjustable backrest. The most important, the seat height to be adjusted by a pneumatic cylinder, and most important, the arms where you rest your elbows, they can be suited to go up and down as per your need. Now, essentially, what happens is, though the chair is and a work table is there, where typical problems happen is that though the furniture is supposed to suit individual need, but it can't literally suit individual need. So, if you go by the anthropology measures, what we essentially do is, if we look at the statistics of men and women, then fifth to the 95th percentile range accommodates 90% of the target population as represented in the diagram below, rather above. So if you see between this to this area covers 90% of the people, and that is what essentially most of the furniture is designed for. But for the extreme cases, it does need adjustment, and if these adjustments are not done, then one may face problem. So what are those that I mean, care that should be taken through other equipment? That is what I'll briefly. Essential areas of ergonomics which we must take care of. Essentially, starting from top, we must take care of the viewing angle, the way you look at the screen, viewing distance, distance between the eyes and the screen, the way you rest your wrist, elbow angle, backrest, lumbar support, elbow rest, seat back angle, and the seat height, which can be adjustable as per your height. Then the knee angle, high clearance, the table height, the height where your typing area is, or rather keyboard is placed, and the screen height. So these are the essential features of other working which one must take care, and how that can be. Let's see it again. In case of work table, typically the height would be between 72 to 75 centimeters, depending on there would be a little variation manufacturer to manufacturer, but that is what is the most standard height which is provided. And the area should be at least 4 feet by 2 feet or 1200 by 600 minimum, because that is what takes care of your things comfortably. Yes, there can be some offices because of the need, the offices could be smaller, but this is what is the most comfortable shape or the size which should be provided. And going up at least 3 feet by 6 feet or 1800 by 900 for an individual manager or a senior person. The areas can differ in between this. The surface should be non-reflective so that it doesn't strain your eyes. It should be smooth so that even if you write, it doesn't affect you. The edges should be well-rounded, smooth, properly shaped. Should have sufficient place underneath for comfortable leg movement. Electrical sockets and power source should be within easily approachable distance. And there should be provision for accommodating extra length of charger wires, typically the mobile charger, the laptop chargers, and the other chargers, so that those wires don't get entangled in your routine work. a simple definition of three kinds of desk. The left is a fixed height desk between 70 to 75 centimeters. Then now the most common, or rather very fast becoming popular, is an adjustable height desk. It could be a manually height adjustable desk or a motorized desk, typically ranging from as low as 65 centimeter to as low as 110 centimeters. So even if when you're working in a standing condition, which is recommended, at least 10 to 15 minutes every hour that you work, you are expected to stand. That gives you a perfect relaxation lumbar area. So if you need to do this, you can have a motorized adjustable, or you can have a manual height adjustable table, depending on your budget. But if you can't afford this, you can even keep a simple adjustable, only the top one, which can be kept on the fixed height, and you can still manage your standing posture, so that you still get the benefits of working in a standing position. So typically use solutions these days. Then the monitor, if you're using one or two monitors, then you place yourself centrally between the monitors so that equal distance exists between you and each screen. If you're using one, then place yourself midway in the front of screen. Adjust the angle to 0 to 15 degree. Tilt is preferable for minimizing glare. And adjust your monitor height by sitting up in the chair and matching the height of the top of the screen with the middle of your forehead. If you do this, it may be slightly lower if you're using bifocals, because then the lens of your bifocal would slightly be hindering. So otherwise, you should be your forehead should match the top of the screen so that eyes automatically come at the right angle. So this is what you work about monitor. Use a single monitor arm if you are using a LCD kind of thing and you want perfectly adjust it as per your need. If you're using double monitor arm, then you have two screens adjusted to suit your angle. And if you're using laptop, you still need to adjust the height. In that case, you can use simple gadget which is kept on the table, which can adjust the height as well as the angle of the laptop, so that the eye angle and the viewing distance can be still adjusted. So this is what we use for adjusting the monitor. Then we go to keyboard. Again, keyboard can be either a desktop and keyboard, or it can be laptop. But place the keyboard in front of the screen, with the center of the keyboard in the line with center of monitors. Place the keyboard close and parallel to edge of the desk. After some time, sometimes keyboard goes here and there. Please keep on align it continuously with the edge of the table. And if you use a document holder, please place it on a monitor. So these are the precautions that you take with the keyboard. This is how you use a keyboard. Many often than not, but then there are some people who can't rest their feet on the ground because they can't adjust the height because of their either short height or other reason, or the height of the chair is not adjustable to full. In such case, one is recommended to use footrest, because your feet must rest on floor. If you can't directly rest them on floor, press them on a footrest. Similarly, for some, the keyboard tray is also required, because the tabletop height may not be suitable. The elbows may not be in right angle. In that case, please use a keyboard. This will give you a perfect ergonomic posture. The mouse, again, keep the mouse close to side of the keyboard. Keep your hand and wrist position straight, neutral. Try to use a mouse that fits size of your hand. There are different sizes of mouse available. Sometimes use it right and left depending on the continuously using with one hand jams your fingers, brings numbness. Avoid holding mouse when not in use. Learn to use keyboard shortcuts also. So in between there is a relaxation to fingers. You need not hold the mouse all the time. Vertical or upright mouse may assist in wrist or forearm symptoms. So take care of this while working for long hours. Use accessories in such a way that they are in the normally used accessories are placed in the most approachable area. The curved area is the most approachable area. So keep the most of commonly needed accessories in this area and use the rest of the shaded area for those things which you rarely use on the worktop. So this is what is the ergonomic tip for working. Again, most important observation is that inactivity levels in the office, when it is studied, 38.6 or 40% of the time the people are using it sedentary mode. 60% do not do regular exercise. 80% not exercising appropriately to achieve desired outcomes. And less than 75% of the youth meet activity guidelines. The activity guidelines means the minimum activity one should do in a day they don't, resulting into most of the physical complaints. And that's why the simple rule is avoid inactivity. Some is better than none. So ensure that when you are in the office, monitor your posture and movement. Human body is designed for movement. It is not designed for sitting for a long time. So simple things encourage dynamic movement in the workplace. Stand up in between, walk out for the meetings, pick up printing yourself. Don't ask somebody to get it. Get a glass of water yourself. Stand up when on phone. Walk to recycle bins. Walk and talk instead of email. Lunchtime walk. Change posture. Do a few stretches whenever you get free time. Basically, vary your work task during the day, and that itself is the best relaxation and the best ergonomic that one can achieve at the workplace. Something which is on the advisory side, not related to gadgets, but arrange workflows in a way that you manage the flow of people and paper through your workplace. Consider the dynamics of co-workers. If you're often interrupted, ensure that your chair is facing away from the entrance. Do you appear inapproachable? Try positioning your desk so that you face outward. These are simple things that you can take care so that your workflow is organized. And last but not the least, you can slightly personalize your place in a professional way. You can put a motivational quote on a personal mission statement on your bulletin board. Include some pictures, artworks of your personal interest. Keep framed pictures of loved ones. Design your office with comfort and well-being in mind. Decorate to make your day more pleasant. Always keep it tasteful and professional. This is something because if you remain pleasant, automatically your work is going to be pleasure and your health is going to improve. So these are some simple tasks for your day-to-day working. And last but not the least, not in the literal sense, but you can go green. Some plants are attractive desktop accessories that add color while improving your workspace environment and air quality. Decorate with plants that are easy to maintain, will survive in low light, like bamboo, aloe, philodendron. Keep plants in a beautiful containers, but one should not damage the office furniture. And remember to appropriately so that they neither smell nor get dried up. So I think this is the last and the final small tip for maintaining your office habits, ergonomics, and being deriving pleasure out of your work in your office. That's all from me. The tips for ergonomics. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Nitin. It was really interesting to learn about ergonomic table, chair, workspace, monitor, mouse. And I think what Mr. Nitin told has been relevant for purchase managers and the facility managers of large organization earlier. But now this knowledge is relevant for all of us because all of us have to work at home in the new normal situation for long hours. So thank you, Mr. Nitin. Our next speaker is Mr. P.V. Somsundaram. He is an engineering alumni of Bangalore University. Mr. Sundaram is Executive Director and Head of Business in India and SAARC for Armstrong World Industries India Private Limited. He has more than 25 years of experience in sales and business management, projects and product management, and channel network management with 3A Composites India Private Limited, Moiler Electrical GmbH, and Indo-Asian Fuse Gear Limited. Mr. Somsundaram.
Good afternoon, all. First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Subodh and CII for this wonderful opportunity to present various solutions which fit our current scenario, which world is passing through. In fact, yeah, we have some interesting solutions which we have developed. We already had certain, and we have added certain to our portfolio. I'll just walk you through those details. Just confirm, it's a confirmation, please. Is my screen visible?
Yeah, your screen is visible. You're audible. Of course, the slide has not come, but the screen can be seen.
Okay, I think a few seconds for it to get settled down. Is it visible now?
slide is not visible as yet.
Okay, 1 second.
What you want to study? Sir, may I request you to use the third option from below? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've used.
Yeah. Now your slide is visible, Mr. Somson.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for the confirmation. Yeah, welcome all for this session on one important feature, that is the acoustics. Before we get into the subject, I just want to walk you through the basics of the construction. What are we doing in construction activity? We are trying to utilize the 5 elements of Mother Nature optimally to suit, I can say, best utilization of the 5 senses of human body. Optimum utilization of Mother Nature, 5 elements of Mother Nature to suit best to the 5 senses of human body, so that health and well-being of a human being is rest assured, which in turn enhances the quality of life. This is, I can say, the basic of the construction activity, irrespective of these regions, geographical regions where we reside. Now, coming to the next, since we are talking about the health and well-being of the employees, the first we wanted to share the Armstrong BioGuard range, which is antimicrobial, which has been tested for various bacteria and fungi, and it has got mold and mildew resistance, ISO 5 clean room performance, very high on acoustics, and it is durable, washable, spoil and scratch resistant, and high light reflectance. With this, the well-being of the patients, especially I can say BioGuard acoustic, is more advised, or advised to be used in hospital environment for the hospital projects, healthcare projects. And newly we have launched, after this post-COVID scenario, the Metal Works BioGuard, that is the BioGuard coating on the metal clip-in products, clip-in plain as well as clip-in perforated with acoustical fleece and fire retardant fleece, so that the safety and acoustics and the hygiene are delivered together as a package. Now, buildings are for people, which is a known fact. Now, going further, let us take the case of office environments. We have office environment which has been designed for various different scenarios, because each office has got different types of functions. So depending on that, the architect fraternity designs different I can say layouts, and acoustics is one of the important parameters which affects or which impacts a lot on the health and well-being and also the productivity of the employees working within the facilities, whether it is office environment or healthcare or education sectors. These are the various layouts, because reducing noise and distractions plus providing privacy in closed offices. Because see, now while designing the offices, major thrust or major emphasis is currently taken is on the sound absorption. Sound, if at all not treated properly, it becomes noise. So first primary thing what we are currently focusing on is the absorption of the sound. So we talk about NRC of the product which has been selected. But at the same time, to handle the privacy, the attenuation of sound is also very, very important, which we'll see in the future slides. Yeah. What are the basic complaints in any common office place, especially I can say in collaborative work areas or open offices? Disruptive, because it's too noisy, it's disruptive and distracting, it affects the productivity and the concentration, which again leads to lower productivity, and confidentiality is compromised, because especially in cabins, manager cabins and all, what people discuss is being heard out, and then intelligibility is too clear, therefore inhibiting the privacy. So these things can be addressed by selection of the right material at the design stage, design intent stage. That is, the product which has been selected to handle the sound as a function must be selected which can handle the absorption as well as attenuation. what we call as A and B of acoustics. We say A plus B is equal to C. A is absorption, B is blocking, is equal to complete acoustic. What do we mean? A plus B is equal to C. Now, it is basically on the study which has been performed in different parts of the world and including India, where what is the reaction or what is the feedback from various employees. See, acoustics of the office are unpleasant. This is what has been a feedback from 26% of the office employees, and also poor acoustics for a noisy open plan environment. That is very high, as high as 77%. As I mentioned earlier, sound, if not treated and handled effectively, will become noise. And further, it causes irritation, and definitely it will speak on health and well-being of the employees and also on the productivity. Let us see what are the operating costs, because all these are just, I can say, statements, but if you look at what are the typical operating costs in an office environment, how much is energy, what is rental cost, and what is the staff cost, salaries and benefits, you can see it is almost 90%. That means even a 10% lowering of efficiency will cost very dearly the establishment, the employer. So treatment of sound, which has to be pleasant, we must ensure sound remains sound, pleasant, but not noise. Else, it will be a huge cost. You can just compare various costs which has been incurred in running an office facility. Further, what are the acoustical comfort? If you look at, if 0 is the benchmark, this is also based on the survey which has been conducted basically on IEQ, occupant IEQ survey. It is less than 0. That is, it is not up to the satisfaction. People are dissatisfied. Employees are dissatisfied with the acoustics. Because acoustics per se, in majority of the, I can say, facilities, is perhaps not given the importance what it has to be. That could be one of the possible reasons which is leading to the dissatisfaction of the employees working. Now, these are the different environments what we see in office space. One is focus area, where you have the teams working, and then collaboration area, where we meet up for meetings and for discussion rooms, and privacy areas where you have manager cabins. All this should be treated very well on acoustics. That means right selection of the products for the right application. That is the key here, nothing else. Because there are many facilities which we have witnessed, which we have visited, where we have witnessed that people have spent a lot of money, but selection of the product was not correct for that particular application. So we emphasize on right product for the right application. What we always do when we are in a discussion with the design teams, we say, please share the application. Accordingly, we can suggest you the product, because we believe in offering solutions, not just a product. Armstrong Solutions, we, as the name suggests, we believe in offering solutions, understand the requirements, understand the needs of the customers, and offer a solution, come up with the solutions. Before we move further, just I want to tell you, because there are two slogans, two logos on my screen. Armstrong Solutions is now a part of Knauf Sealing Solutions. Armstrong has been taken over by Knauf in 2019. Now we are under transformation, and we expect the transformation to be completed by end of December 2020. Then we will be completely an integral part of Knauf Sealing Solutions. Now, next is hospitals. Hospitals are for patients, for healing humans as soon as possible. Speedy recoveries. How can this happen? Design for future buildings. It should be human-centric designs. That is what has been spoken, or that is one of the main points which was emphasized upon. Now, going forward with IGBC guidelines, the pilot version which has been released by IGBC for the occupants of healthcare, it talks of indoor environmental quality, IEQ. Now, in this, how does acoustic play a role? And why is it important for acoustics to be given the importance? It will help you to reduce various perhaps errors which may occur during the treatment of a patient in hospital environments, medical errors, pain. Because see, improved sleep, please understand this is one important factor which will help a person, a patient to heal faster. A proper sleep will take care of majority of the complaints like stress, depression, and it will reduce the length of stay because length of the stay depends on of a patient, totally depends on the speed at which he recovers, he heals. And then patient privacy. For example, we are in discussion with a doctor. The attenuation, sound attenuation of that particular cabin plays an utmost important role because there would be many ailments which the patients would like to be kept it confidential. That can happen only when the sound blocking is proper. Then improved communication because there is no interruption of noises. So it gives more clarity in the communication. Then patient satisfaction, staff performance also will increase. We have few other parameters. What are the guidelines for acoustic guidelines for healthcare facilities? Like what should be the reverberation time and background noise level? These two columns, what you see at the right hand, are very important, and these two parameters have to be considered while designing any healthcare facility for especially the interior design. And what all you see here are typical sizes of the various rooms, whether it is a laboratory, a testing room, or patient rooms, staff rooms, meeting rooms, everything, all the, I can say, areas of the facility are covered in this. And guidelines are specifically specified so that these parameters have to be considered, rather must be considered while designing a healthcare facility. Now, requirements in hospital: patient well-being and fast recovery, which we already covered; hygiene and serene atmosphere, which I already shared, like with BioGuard sort of the products which are antimicrobial treated can help giving a better hygiene and serene environment there, and comfortable working condition, because if at all acoustics are treated properly, the working conditions would be very, I can say, more comfortable, and which definitely enhances the productivity of the doctors and the entire medical staff there. And with proper selection of materials, like proper fire retardancy of the materials which are used in the facility is taken care, then the safety also is rest assured, along with the other technical requirements. And then ease of maintenance, because the products are washable, depends on what products are you selecting. Few products are washable here. And then also green Griha rated products, selection of these products would be more recommended. And then, yes, it might be one-time cost, but it would help a lot on the reduction of running cost of the facilities, because acoustic ceilings does not just handle the acoustic part of it, but they have the light reflectance, which also will help in, I can say, optimum utilization of the light source, which is available in those premises, and also will help in better insulation. So the rise in temperature of the room can be reduced with the acoustic ceiling, so that the cost of running the air conditioner also can be reduced. So overall, if you consider all these parameters, then the acoustic ceiling will make the facility, operating the facility, more economical. Just on how it's an experience, please explain. I don't want to talk now. Small video, basically in a ward, general ward. You can see there are medical equipments running, those noises distracting patients as well as the staff there. Yeah. Next one, let us go to a patient room. This is a TED Talk video which has got, I can say, which is very popular across the world. And now we move to hospital lobby. See the reverberation here, echo effect. So here, okay, moving further, we have active acoustics components and also passive acoustic. As active acoustic is like employees talking softer, then dB meter or decibel meter installation lobbies to maintain the sound, and then stretchers and medical equipments, the noise of those things, impact noise like walking, jumping, etc. And the passive components, which can help in better acoustics of the healthcare facility, are like sound absorbing ceilings with good absorption qualities, which is NRC, and wall absorbers, and sound absorbing free hanging units, sound absorbing floors, and MRI acoustic noise reduction, and quilted fiberglass absorber curtains. See, there are these two components which are taken care. Then healthcare would be a better, I can say, faster healing places for the patients. Now, as I mentioned, BioGuard acoustic, which is ISO class 5. This is the overall performance of the product. With Armstrong grades, we extend warranty so that, yes, the longevity, which can give an assurance on the performance of the product, the longevity of performance of the product. And then it has got humidity resistance, light reflectance, washability, increases the air quality there, and resistance to disinfectants. Overall, better healthcare facility. And third one is education. Before we move further on this, I just want to quote an incident which one of my friends has shared with me. He is a renowned educationist from southern part of the country. He used to run a school in Madurai, where in his one of the teachers has complained, like in fact, her vocal cords got damaged. When they visited the doctor, it is basically because of the shouting which she had been doing for the decades of a teaching career. And if you have observed many of the teachers, they would be complaining of high blood pressure or hypertension. I'm not saying everything is related only because of the noise. Okay, it all depends on their lifestyle and how they manage their stress. But at the same time, shouting in the classrooms may also be one of the reasons. This is what a study has been has proved when doctors made a study on the well-being of the teachers. Let us see how reverberation time plays a role. What is suggested by Bureau of Indian Standards suggested is 0.6 for Indian schools in India, as per I can say NBC 2016. Now, why RT is important in classrooms? We will just you see this video. This is without this treatment, without acoustic ceilings. Just experience. If you want, I can play those videos again, or I can share it later. But you might have experienced what is the difference between the two videos, before and after. And as they say, basically, what gets measured gets improved. So RT, reverberation time, and the background noise, you can measure them very easy with an app, Android app or iOS app, and you go to any classroom or any open room and test the reverberation time. Accordingly, you can get the rooms treated so that the quality of the acoustics, or rather quality of the performance of the room is enhanced. Now, after covering the three major facilities which we, I can say, frequent in our...
Mr. Somsundaram, can I intervene? Sorry for intervention, but I'll request you to expedite a bit because we are running late and we have got a lot many.
I'm almost done. Few seconds more.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. See, we have covered all the three facilities which we frequent in our lives. Now, to design this, because I had been talking about these things to be considered while designing at the design stage, design intent stage. So we have a design center to, I can say, collaborate with the designers to ensure that the facilities are acoustically treated well to deliver great spaces. Because we say we deliver great spaces. Just few pictures on what sort of ceiling. Ceiling is not just 2x2 tile. You can have wonders with that. Something like this, it's in a school in Bokaro, and this is in college in Bangalore, the radial ceiling. So the ceilings can take care of acoustics as well as aesthetics. A and B of acoustics, absorption and blocking to give complete acoustics along with aesthetics. You can see how lovely this has been treated. Open plenum, but treated well with soft fiber so that the sound remains sound, it doesn't become noise. This is in Otis Project Bangalore, and this is in Amazon Project Hyderabad. This is, I think it was recently news because it is second largest facility of Amazon outside, largest facility of Amazon and second largest outside US and second largest facility in the world. We are designing the future, indoor environmental quality, that's what we take care. And I once again tell you, 5 elements of Mother Nature, optimum utilization of these 5 elements for better, I can say for best suit of 5 senses of human being, for health and well-being of the person, so that it enhances the quality of life. With this, I end the presentation, and thank you once again, Mr. Subodh and CII. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. And with this, I end, and we are open for any questions and answers.
Thank you, Mr. Somsundaran. I think acoustic was the most underrated aspect of workspace, hospital, schools, design, etc. Now I'm sure people are understanding the realization of the importance of acoustics. And I think everybody is now considering that, taking into account into their designs. Thank you very much. Now we have a couple of questions. So yeah, we have a couple of questions, so we will move quickly, but we must remember that we are running short of time. So I'll request the people to only answer very quickly. First question was for Ms. Sudeshna. It was about somebody wanted to know more about MIS. So the question is, can you elaborate on MIS? Sudeshna, take up this question and please answer as briefly as possible.
No, MIS, by MIS I mentioned, of course, what sort of data would you be requiring out of the system based on which you would adopt a certain protocol. So it could be occupancy related data where hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah,
please go ahead.
It could be occupancy related data, it can be energy related data, it can be the health of the lighting systems being data, if something is not working, how many hours have you, has the lighting system burned, so do you need to make for planned replacement? So, these are the type of data which can be generated out of an IoT enabled system. So the app and the data can be always extracted. But that needs to be discussed beforehand with the client, that what sort of data do you require, whether it's real time, at the end of the day, in what format you would require, and that data can be now extracted out of any IoT enabled system. These connected offices basically are triggering a lot of occupancy related data. So the light is basically the sensor. It carries the sensors of other services as well.
Thank you, Sudeshna. Next question is for Mr. Nitin Sudhame. It's about how can ergonomics, of course, ergonomics affect productivity, but the question is there any way to quantify?
Sorry, quantification of productivity.
Yeah, productivity linked with ergonomics. How ergonomics affect the productivity? Is there any quantification of that measurement?
Yeah, I mean, here we talk about the productivity as in, I mean, the shop area and as in the office area. As you all know, shop area, it is very easy to measure the productivity. But in office area, it is more, the productivity is more, to be perceived than to be counted. And I would generally say that the boss would be the best way to answer this question, because it could be subjective in certain departments where that's very transactional, like accounts or people who are doing very day in and day out number of transaction job. It can be measured easily, but where it is more communication related, where it is more subjective, there the productivity is best to be perceived than measured. That's what I would say.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Nitin. I think with this we come to the end of this particular session on products and technologies for enhancing physical well-being of building occupants. I think it was a very interesting session, at least for me. It was really informative. I came to know about a lot of things. I definitely we came to know about a lot of work which is being done by World GBC for Better Places for People campaign and new frameworks, etc. I'm sure this will be really helpful going forward. Also about thermal comfort, a lot of good information from Mr. Basant Kumar about visual comfort. It was a completely sort of eye opener for me that the lighting technology and the evolution has gone that much far off. Of course, we always used to think about lighting also in the context of retail lighting, where it is important to make sure that customer feel happy and satisfied and buys the product. And of course, about ergonomics, the importance of ergonomics cannot be overemphasized. It is being understood, and a very informative lecture on acoustics by Mr. Som Sundaram. So thanks a lot. It was really interesting session. I'm sure CII will make sure that these things are shared with the people across, so that the information is assimilated by not many people, whoever is associated with CII. And I am sure if they have any in-depth question, they want to know more about the subject, they can be in touch with the speaker and subject matter experts. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much for coming and spending your valuable time. And I'm sure you would be part of the many more sessions in future. Thank you, CII, for organizing this. And I think with this, we close this session because we have got more speakers waiting for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next, we will be beginning our next session in a couple of minutes. So I request everyone to stay back, or if you want to take a break, you can just be back in another 2 or 3 minutes and we start the next session, please.
Utsav. Utsav.
Anshu, you are the presenter now.
scientists, and chemists at our award-winning facilities. We're all part of a diverse family. Together, making the lawn paint the easiest lawn paint coatings to manufacture. Offering a complete paint coating solution for every piece of art. We're a hand-using family unified with food, all music, culture, insatiable appetite, teamwork, and joy. Allowing us to release the effect of the back. Focus responsibility is in the ways our family sustainability and developing skills. Because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for sustainable positive impacts lives. Our and come to all industries of life with strong distribution. And in turn, the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards for coatings for vehicles, protective coatings to sustain and enhance the performance of vehicles. Lights, chemical tanks, and also developers and architects a variety of highly durable and efficient solutions. Legalizing ambitions, and for our consumers, we strive to deliver best ethic solutions, including science and research, we are all paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and days to come.
A very good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of CII GreenPro Ecolabel, we welcome you all to the second session of the second day of fourth edition of GreenPro Virtual Summit and Expo. The theme of the day is health and well-being, and second session is on hygiene and infection control in green building environment. To proceed further, I would like to welcome Mr. Mahesh S. Anand, President, Nippon India Private Limited and Chair for this session. Mr. Mahesh S. Anand is the President and Additional Director of Nippon Paint India Private Limited Decorative Division. He holds the honorary post the President of the IPA, that is Indian Paint Association. He is also the Chairman of Paints and Coating Skill Council. Mahesh joined Nippon in 2006 as Regional Sales Manager and handled projects in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Karnataka. He currently oversees the operations of Nippon India Decorative Division as its president. Mr. Mahesh Anand brings over 29 years of expertise in the paint industry, both regional and national market. Apart from his corporate duties, Mr. Mahesh Anand is also an executive member of Indian Green Building Council. He was bestowed the title of IGBC Fellow for his outstanding contribution to the green movement in India. He is armed with a bachelor's degree in commerce from the prestigious St. Joseph College and a master's in business administration specialized with marketing and material management from Madurai Kamaraj University. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Mahesh Anand to kindly share the opening remarks and set the context and introduce the first speaker. Sir, would you unmute yourself?
Sorry. All right, it's clear?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you, Pratik, for the brief introduction. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice meeting you all on this virtual summit of GreenPro. Welcome all for the fourth edition of the GreenPro Summit 2020, happening the new normal way, the virtual summit. I think it's maybe the first of its kind, and maybe it will continue for some more years to come. So basically, the GreenPro, basically GreenPro expansionist green product was launched in 2015 as green product labeling, eco labeling, which identifies how green is a product based on a holistic product lifecycle framework and highlights the way forward to achieve the excellence in environmental performance. So I just want to share a small anecdote to the audience who are here about Nippon Paint's journey in this GreenPro. And we are a founding member in IGBC. And for us, green is not a color. Green means business for us, actually. So we were closely associated with all the efforts of IGBC towards this green revolution or the green movement in India. So when this GreenPro idea came in by the chairperson, Mr. Parashuram, we were immediately to latch on to this, and we were the first paint company to get GreenPro certified. And today we have almost like 65 to 70 products of Nippon Paint certified as GreenPro. And we have a bandwidth starting from 100 rupees to about 600 to 700 rupees. That's the bandwidth we have. So it also breaks the myth of green product is expensive. So it is not expensive. So that's a live example you have from Nippon Paint, and other companies also have started now following us in this. And also we have a very, very unique distinction of Green Co and Green Pro, which means my manufacturing process is also green, and the product which come out of this factory is also green. So very, very unique distinction we have. The chairman always refers to us as not only your kitchen is green, but also the products which come out of the kitchen is also green. So that's a very, very valuable comment we have to get it from the chairman of GreenPro. So today, this is the 4th summit we are conducting, and I think I've been there in all the summits so far happened in GreenPro. So the day 2 of this summit is on health and well-being. In here, what we are going to talk about is how green products and technologies contributing to superior human experience and environmental performance improve the health and well-being of occupants and increase productivity. It is an apt time for us basically to talk about this because today most of us are at home or within the office, and we seldom go out, or we are being forced to not to go out actually. So the most obvious question everybody has is, how safe am I inside my home, or how safe am I inside my office, or how safe am I inside my conference room or wherever I am. So this is the right time to talk about the green products which are safe for human, and it's also safe for the environment. It is also sustainable. So excellent opportunity for all of us to showcase the products what we have and how safe are they, and to proclaim to everybody that we are living in a safe environment inside your home. So today we have on this topic, we have 4 excellent speakers to talk on various topics. The first speaker will talk on creating healthy and clean environment in green buildings. Of course, the second speaker is going to talk on latest trends in air purification technologies. The third speaker will be talking on indoor air quality through paints. Through plants. I'm sorry to use paints actually. Enhance your indoor air quality through plants. And fourth speaker will be talking on green cleaning chemicals for improved hygiene and infection control. So my request to all the speakers is we all have about very short time. I think towards the end of the session, we have come toward the end of the day, we have come. So people will be looking to wind up the session. So I'd like to keep 15 minutes for each of you to present your case and your paper. Each of you will take about 15 minutes, and then after that we move on to a 10 minutes question and answer session wherein all the questions addressed by the listeners will be passed on to you. So may I invite the first speaker, Mr. Ka Huan. He's actually a global key accounts manager in SGS India on the APAC division, Asia Pacific region actually, and he's a versatile and bilingual health and safety professional with 12 years of solid experience in the industry. He possesses strong knowledge of governmental regulatory frameworks and consensus standards, combined with the proven ability to create and implement action plans in the field of occupational safety, industrial hygiene, and environmental compliance. Mr. Cow is a certified project management professional, a certified industrial hygienist, and a certified safety professional. His current position in SGS is the Global Key Account Manager for Health and Safety Services in Asia Pacific region, responsible in managing multiple global and regional EHS and IH programs for global accounts. May invite Mr. Kao to come on to deliver his address or the present his case, please.
All right. Thank you for the introduction. All right. So just let me try to upload my.
Before you start, did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yeah, Ka Kwan. So actually, all my friends address me as KK. It will be much easier.
Oh, yeah. KK is very, very famous in India also.
Really?
So, Mr. KK, you can start. Yeah, thank you.
Right. So, so let me know if you see my slides. Is it at the?
Yes, we can see your slides. Yes, correct.
All right. So, all right. Hello, everyone. So, thanks for here. So, today my topic here is like creating a healthy and clean environment. So, right. So, using the IoT technology, right. So, basically, so when we talk about healthy environment, I think most important we talk about air. So, first of all, we ask, how long can people survive without air? Right. So if you are a follower of this Discovery Channel, you might have watched this Man vs. Wild by Bear Grylls. So you will always say that according to his theory, the rule of survival, human can survive for 3 weeks without food, 3 days without water, but only 3 minutes without air. So that's how important is air, right? So basically, every day we breathe in around 11,000 liters of air in a day. That's equivalent to almost like 13 kilogram. So in comparison, an average person eats only like less than 2 kilogram of food in a day to survive, right? So let's have a look of the statistics. So basically, according to this statistics from the World Health Organization, so there are 91% of the world population are breathing unhealthy air, right? So unfortunately, if you look at the color of the map, in fact, we have the most population in this part of the world that we are in now. So basically, we are the most population that's been breathing in unhealthy air, right? So so basically like air pollution. According to the statistic from World Bank, air pollution exacts an annual toll of around $5 trillion in health and a welfare cost of around $225 billion in lost income. So that's equivalent to the GDP of Japan. Right. So, and also another statistic, right? So basically, I'm showing a lot of statistics, right? Just to be convincing, all right? So basically, also from World Health Organization, so basically, there's 7 million of people die from air pollution related disease. Yeah, right. Among them, like 29% of the deaths are from lung cancer, 24% from stroke, 25% from heart disease, and 43% from lung disease. Right. So that's why we call air pollution is an invisible killer. So it's not visible, but it can be deadly. So what are we breathing in every day? So you may be wonder, right? So basically, according to the research from this Professor Joseph Allen. So basically, he's a professor from the Harvard University. So basically, he estimated like an average person. So if you live up to the age of 80, so basically you spend 72 years of your life indoor, right? So basically, whether you like it or not, actually human is considered the indoor species. Right. And yet most of the buildings that we are in now actually is optimized for air tightness and also to be energy. So when you need to be energy efficient, so basically you need to be airtight so that you have the energy return. So basically that's works reversely as to human health and to human health. So when we breathe in air, what are we concerned about the indoor air quality? So first of all, a lot of people, they are very familiar with the particulate matter like PM10, PM2.5, because all this has been received very high media attention. So basically, particulate matter, how it affect us is it will affect our ears, nose, and throat. It will cause ear, nose, and throat irritation, and lung and cardiovascular disease. So basically, the source of these particular matters are from outdoor pollutants such as like wildfire, cigarette smoke, and renovation and constructions. So the next will be the ventilation. So basically, ventilation is related to how efficient is the air change that you have in the building. So basically, ventilation is also affect the productivity of the people inside the building, as it will affect the lethargicness, cause headache, and also sickness. So basically, the source of this is insufficient fresh air provision, or maybe also like overcapacity in the building. Right. Another key concern we have is the VOC, volatile organic compound. So traditionally, a lot of people are also aware of these VOCs in the indoor air. So especially like for those chemicals such as formaldehyde, benzene, and also like odors, because all these they are known to cause cancer, right? And also they also cause like ear and eye and nose irritation, and also damage to our central nervous cells. Systems, right? So basically, the source of all VOCs are mainly from renovation or construction materials, and such as like paints, all right, and also like those adhesive materials, right? So and yeah, all this from the industrial emissions. And next is the pathogen. So now like during this COVID-19 episode, actually we all very well aware of what is pathogen, right? So what's virus and what's bacteria present in the environment. So basically we have there is bacteria present in our environment all the time. So and I mean especially indoor air, what we concern most commonly concern is the Legionella, right? We found in the building. So basically how it affect us is, so basically it will cause like these symptoms similar to COVID-19, such as fever, shortness of breath, right? So basically, the sources is mainly due to insufficient cleaning and disinfection of the indoor environment. And next will be mold. So mold is something that is also like very commonly seen in our indoor space, right? So basically, how it causes how it affect us is, so basically it will cause throat irritation, nasal stuffiness, eye irritation, cough, or skin irritation. So basically, mold is caused by water damages to the indoor building materials. So especially you have high moisture or high relative humidity in this indoor environment. So it may have more growth on the surfaces of your property, right? So so I mean, other than all these contaminants I have named, I think there are also some other contaminants such as asbestos, like radon, all this that they are also like commonly found in our environment, right? So in and next and also what we also most concerned is like, how does all this the air we breathe in affect our productivity as well. So because I think that's most of us are very interested in, because like, so when you talk about productivity, they also like affect cost. I mean, right? So for every business, that's very important. So basically, also like I quote the research done by Harvard University, the team led by the Dr. Joseph Allen. So basically, he has done the research based on the team of 22 people. So basically, he put them in the indoor environment. So where he play around with this ventilation rate. So then he the test for this productivity of this people. So using like three so-called all right, so three different areas. So first, you will check for the crisis response, and also strategy, and also information usage. So based on the outcome, actually it shows that, so basically for the room, that when we have a better ventilation, when we have better ventilation means has the lowest carbon dioxide concentration. So basically it has a better performance as compared to the time where the room has a higher carbon dioxide concentration, right? So basically that proven that is a ventilation is very important in producing a productivity environment for the people. Right. So So now I just ask you a question. Are you satisfied with the indoor air quality that you are in your space now? So also like how are you measuring it? So right. So basically how we think is like, so basically for every success business, you make decision driven by the sound data. So it's the same for air quality. So that's why with the introduction of this technology such as the Internet of Things, IoT, and also cloud computing. So basically reveal new capability in real-time monitoring of these various fields, including the indoor air quality parameters. So basically how it works is like it integrate the IoT platform to monitor air quality in real time. So it makes use of the wireless sensors network to automatically transmit, process, analyze, and visualize the data, merging this technology so that it can offer the great so it can offer a great advantage to improve the indoor air quality. Yeah. Right. So next I will just show you what are the various features that we can see on the typical those cloud platform. Right. So basically this is some of the example that actually we have our team have been have developed, and we are using it and also like using it in our own trying in our own premises. So basically we have all these IoT devices actually are linked to the cloud dashboard. So how it works, like all these on this dashboard, actually you are able to monitor the data real time. So for example, right, so for example how you see is a snapshot of this graph that we have from this account dashboard. So basically you can see the concentration of the pollutants for this instance, that's the CO2. So basically you can see it real time, and then you can include as up to 20 sensors to the same account, so where you can do a comparison of this data during the same time point. So that you allow you to identify any like anomaly, so that you can do any rectification, right? So, and also that this also allows you to customize your view. For example, if you like to have it like a 2D layout view, where you can just place all your data points, so that you will well aware of this air quality at each of the location where your sensor is placed, right? So basically it provide you have a better overview of the air quality in your so-called in your environment, right? And also allows you to do in a better position to control the overall environment that you have. So it also comes with this feature that you can set alerts. For example, let's say like for any of the parameter, you can set the threshold limit of this each of the parameters. So in the event that any of the sensor detect the concentration above this threshold, actually will send you an alarm, so that allow the so-called the facility management team to do any rectification, right? So this is how this is how the data help us in improving our environment, right? So of course, I think another feature you can do is also like the link to your phone. Like we have a mobile app linked to your phone to monitor all the data that you can, all the send to monitor the so-called the result real time, right? Right. So how basically around the world, how people are using the IoT sensor. So basically how they use it to manage indoor air quality, to maximize the well-being of the staff and the employees, and also to improve the productivity. And then what's most important now is currently they also can also make use of the data to implement COVID-19 reopening strategies by monitoring all these IAQ metrics, right? And next will be also for some of those properties. So if you want to gain some competitive advantage in your marketing your properties, right? So basically you have all this data to show to your potential customers, especially if you are in a region or country where the outdoor air quality is bad, right? These are very important. And also like you can also incorporate all this air quality data into your sustainable water score KPI, such as LEED or WELL certification that that the property may be having, right? And one thing like what I mentioned before, it assists the facility management to practice and maximize building efficiency and save costs. So in respect to this COVID-19 business reopening strategies, so how we can make use of all this information gather for each of the parameters to have to in better position to control to minimize the risk of pathogen proliferation, right? For example, like for temperature and the relative humidity. So basically, by having the data, so actually it allows you to maintain the optimal range of this temperature and humidity so that it can denature the pathogen and decrease the transmission risk. And then for the result of all this carbon dioxide, so basically it allows you to monitor the density, the occupant density in your building, so that you can regulate your temper to have more fresh in or more fresh air into the building, right? So that you can right. And next, also like what BOC. So basically, when you during this COVID period, so you may increase the frequency of cleaning and disinfection. So when you are doing that, you are also introducing VOCs into your environment. So that's why that's why when you have this real-time monitor, you have this data to know that when is the best time to allow your occupants back into the premises, and when's the time to perform the cleaning and disinfection, so that to minimize the health effect to the people in the building, right? And most importantly, by monitoring the PM 2.5 level, that allows you to know what is the status of your what's the effectiveness of your filtrations in your HVAC system. So that's when you know when you need to perform your maintenance, right? So just the last two slides, we're just showing some of those practical examples that we have implemented in some of the building that we have. So basically, this example shows that basically we have complaints. Basically, our client has complained in their building where the employees are feeling unwell, and they smell some odors, and also like the stuffiness in their building. That's why we install 3 sensors in each floor. Then by having this data collected, actually it show that basically this all this is caused by the high carbon dioxide level in their office during the working hour. So the suggestion, so that's why what we propose to them is to increase the HVAC fresh air, to increase more fresh air into the building, so that to reduce the CO2 level, right? And next will be, we also have install similar sensor in the shopping mall in Europe. So basically, what the landlord wish to do is they would like to have some data to show to their so-called clients that they value the importance of the good indoor air quality within their shopping malls. So we have installed 12 units of the sensors in each of their shops and hallways. So actually based on that, based on the data collected, actually we show that the management is able to regulate the ventilation system during the different season, so that they can have a better control of the indoor air quality, right? Okay, yeah, that's all from my side.
Thank you, KK. In fact, as I was telling before the start of the session, it is right time that we have this summit. People know about this type of measuring devices, wherein by having these devices, the people, the organizations, the companies can give a lot of confidence for their employees to come and work in the office, right? So that's very useful from a presentation from you. Okay, moving on to moving on to the next speaker, I just wanted to touch base with the GreenPro's journey because I've been associated with GreenPro right from the starting of it. So it has grown significantly in India right from the day it started in 2015. We have today about 1,600 eco-label green products from more than 110 manufacturers in this market, in Indian market. The demand for green products have increased substantially in recent past due to the green building movement across the globe, and large number of manufacturing companies adopting green procurement policies. I think yesterday or today we had a session, the summit had a session on green procurement policy also, and also green supply chain. So this is a very good move as far as this country is concerned to have GreenPro products and green procurement policy and supply chain policies to develop or to drive this green movement across the country. Today, our next speaker is Mr. Anil Nair, who is the head of projects and applications, Camphil. Anil Nair is currently the head of projects and application division at Camphil India Private Limited, a 100% subsidiary of Camphil AB Stockholm. In his present capacity, he is responsible for leading the technical functions of all business areas: clean process, comfort, indoor air quality, power systems, and molecular contamination control. A Bachelor of Mechanical Engineering for Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore. He has a professional experience in air filtration in different fields spanning 26 years. He has worked in areas of heat, ventilation, air conditioning, air filter design and development, filters and filtration systems for gas turbines, dust collector applications, HEPA filters and housing and air filters and systems for railroad applications. His areas of interest are indoor air quality and filters for pharmaceutical and life sciences applications. Over to you, Mr. Anil Nair, please.
Thank you, Vaishalan sir. Thanks for the opportunity. I'll just try to share the screen and let me know as soon as it is visible.
Yeah, it's visible. You have to go to the slideshow mode. Yeah.
Better now?
Perfect. I think, but I think you are sharing from a different. You're duplicating that. Maybe if you have to disconnect it and put it on a one single presentation, it will be because we are seeing both the slides. Your first slide and the second slide.
Okay.
Sir, you can click on the display setting and then duplicate slide, and it will show the full screen after that.
Okay.
Top on the top.
On the
display
top.
setting on the top. Yeah.
Just beside the show taskbar setting.
Move to the left. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Duplicate switch.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, perfect. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for the technical help. It's always handy, especially in this virtual world. And thanks for the opportunity. Thanks to CII and IGBC for this wonderful opportunity for sharing whatever we know of air filtration and air purification technologies, especially in these challenging times. So in the next 15 minutes, we'll try to wind up in 15 minutes this topic. We will be talking about air quality and various aspects of it and how we can find solutions to various problems. I would like to thank the previous speaker and my co-panelist, Mr. KK from SGS, who has perfectly set a context, wherein he mentioned how to measure air quality. So we'll be talking now of what exactly, how to filter the bad air. And he was talking about getting in more air, which is perfectly all right. So you must remember that air which has to come in has to be absolutely free from all the pollutants. So today we'll be covering how well do we know the air we breathe. Again, the hot topic of COVID. Is it airborne? How is it linked with air pollution? We'll talk about latest guidelines on ventilations by ISHRE, specifically relating with COVID-19. What are the guidelines? Because that's something which is latest. And knowing all this, what kind of filtration do we need? How do we mitigate the risk associated with the current situation we are in? What are the new standards in air filtration? How do we measure what is good, what is bad, what is recommended? And what are some products and solutions, having known the risk, how can we mitigate them in terms of air quality? And we'll wind it up by a couple of slides on what we do in India, so that later, if any one of us need to connect with each other, we can do that. We'll summarize that. So, how well do we know the air we breathe? As KK briefly touched upon that, we can live without food and air for some time, but we can't do without air for more than 3 minutes. So this is just to supplement that data, is that while they talked about how long can we last, I would like to touch upon the quantum. How much do we eat? We eat, an average human being would need about 1 kilogram of food a day, 2 kilograms of water, beverages a day, and surprise that we breathe in about 15 kgs. Now, this can be 13 to 15, depending on various parameters. In fact, even the 1 kg and 2 kgs are variables, but these are just average figures. So we are so conscious about the 1 kg of food we eat and the 2 kgs of fluids we drink, because we are so finicky and we keep checking the labels and the expiry dates and the calories in it, but we don't have that option for the air we breathe, because we can't see it. We don't know what is in it, and we don't know what we are breathing. And ironically, that's the maximum we consume every day. So we don't know what we are breathing. So that's the context. And as Mahir sir, you rightly touched upon, in the current scenario, we are more than 95% indoors. Everybody is working from home. But even otherwise, 90% of the time we are indoors. Either we are at home, or we are at office, or we are in our cars or going from one place to the other. It's a very little amount of time that we are outside. So we spend 90% or more than 90% of our time indoors. This means that the indoor air quality can substantially impact or influence our health. So another surprise or a statement is that the indoor environment can be up to 50 times more polluted than outdoor air. Now, there will be a lot of questions on this as to how can this be, but we all know that, when you are confined in a space and when the air is recirculating, the chances of pollutants are more. While you go out in the open, the dilution takes place, and the quality of air is not that bad at all. Only in certain times, of course. So when you are enclosed in a space, the quality of air gets worse and worse, and it multiplies. And with each breath, we take in about 25 millions of particles. That's a lot, and something which we don't know. What is the quality of those particles we breathe, or what is the air quality we are breathing? And and especially in today's times, when we are in the middle of the pandemic, we have to be that's why we are all wearing masks now. So we don't know what kind of pathogens we are taking. So what does this impact? So 15 kgs of unknown air we are breathing, how does it impact your health? As we saw in the previous presentation also, that it could lead to all kinds of medical problems. But talking in terms of specifically what particle size enters to how much depth into your body, this is something which covers that. A PM10 or particulate matter 10 microns, which is nothing but particles of 10 micron diameter, which is also known as, or the coarse particles. Our body is designed in such a way that it is able to restrict these particles in the upper respiratory tract by the nasal hair or esophagus lining, etc. So these don't cause too much of concern to you, of course, in a limited way. An excess of everything is harmful. So these are not too much of a worry for the human body, of course, in a limited way. But as the particle sizes get lower, the concern becomes higher. The PM 2.5 size particles, or the finer particles, they can bypass the upper tracheal system and go into the lungs and enter into the lower respiratory tract and settle down in the lungs, which is not great for people with breathing issues, lung difficulties, disorders, etc. And when the particles get further smaller, which is particulate matter 1 or size of 1 microns or lesser, these are inhalable particles. I mean, they get into your upper trachea, get into the lungs, and then go into the terminal part of the lungs, which is the alveoli. So they can get deep into your body and cause multiple health issues. And now talking about particles which are less than 1 micron. Less than 1 micron is less than 0.1 micron. These are called nanoparticles or ultrafine particles. These bypass everything, every system in your body, and can directly get into your blood, because these are so fine that nothing, no filter in your human system can stop this, and it enters directly into your into your blood vessels, and it can go all around into your body parts, including the brain. So just to give you a reference, a human eye can see as little as the maximum you can see with the naked eye is a strand of air, which is about 60 to 70 microns. So here we are talking about really fine, small particles. So having said that, so we all know what is the air we are breathing. We don't know what could it lead to. Coming to COVID, now there has been a lot of discussions and debates. We are all following the news. Is it airborne? Is it not? So the debate continues. But the recent events have led to a conclusion that WHO has now admitted and acknowledged that yes, we are willing to consider the nature of COVID-19 or SARS-2 virus as a possibility of it being airborne because of the recent representation by 239. So this is a video which shows as to how it can be airborne and how there are dangers of this virus spreading through air. So I'll just skip that because I don't think that is running on this platform. But what the video says, it's a news item from ABC, wherein this restaurant in Wuhan, we all know about it. So because of the stream of the air from the air conditioning, one infected person infected 10 others, not necessarily sitting and dining on the same table in a restaurant which had about 60 people, and none of them had a history of COVID. So this was the potential, one of the earlier cases of spread of virus through the air mode, which has set the alarm bells ringing. Now, how does air pollution, is it linked with COVID-19? There are indications and there are studies, again from the Harvard T.N. Chan School of Public Health in Boston, which was concluded in April, which says that there is a risk of individuals living in highly polluted cities or with a high pollution level having a chance of getting this virus more than the others. So a single unit increase in particle pollution levels indicates a 15% increase in the death rate. Some examples are Milan in Italy, which had more cases than rest of the part of Italy. This is especially important for us in India because we have 15 of the top 20 polluted cities in the world. So we have to be, while we are managing the pandemic currently, but as we move along, we need to keep this in mind to have this figure so that when we finally manage this pandemic, we have to maintain the air quality levels also so that we don't come back to the same condition. Some guidelines which were recently issued, which could help us all. This is an ISHRE guideline for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. While this is specifically for healthcare, but most of it is applicable to other general buildings as well. Which says, what does it say? It says that maintain a humidity level of 40 to 70%, which is optimum for controlling the spread of this virus. Temperatures of 20 to 24 degrees C. I think gone are the days of 18, 19 degrees C. These are the latest recommendations, not only in terms of controlling the virus, but also in terms of energy conservation. Open your windows once a while. You need not keep it completely closed. Let the fresh air enter in as much as possible. Use MERV 13 filters as per ASHRAE 52.6 guidelines in your supply air system. Avoid or rather no recirculation within the buildings as far as possible. You don't want the virus to rotate around in the ventilation system, causing you a concern. In terms of healthcare, wherever you are talking about negative pressurization or isolation wards, your supply air should be less. Your exhaust air should be more by 15% than the supply air. Use a negative pressure. The pressure differential between the supply and the discharge air should be about minus 2.5 to minus 5 pascals. Use of 12 liters per hour in isolation wards. In the exhaust, use H13 specifically as per EN 1822. That's the standard governing the testing of HEPA filters. Chemical disinfection, sodium hypochlorite, UV irradiation is also accepted. Use of standalone air cleaners is recommended. And of course, while you use all these products, you have to ensure that there are no harmful byproducts. Kindly excuse the spell error there, it should be harmful. So, okay, so now you have known the quality of air, you know the guidelines. So what kind of filters do you need? In one of the last recommendations, ISHRI has recommended the use of MERV 13. But let's see, depending on what building you have, what kind of filtration you need. So if you are in a normal home or an office or a small business space, what you need is an EPM1 80% filters, or it is also MERV 15A filters, if you talk in terms of MERV. Those captures bacteria or particles such as bacteria and viruses of less than 1 microns, which is the size of droplets which the virus needs to transmit from one place to another or from one person to another. And you talk of medium risk, or here we talk about public places, airports, schools, universities, public areas. Here we recommend the use of EPA filters or HEPA filters of grade E12 or higher because of the population of the people involved. So here we have the testing is done on MPPS, which is the most penetrating particle size. It's about 0.15 microns.
Mr. Anil, can I ask you to speed up the presentation?
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
Coming to high-risk applications, here we cover the laboratories, containment areas, and medical facilities. Here you use H13 or higher capacity filters. Here now we talk about a standard. I think I'll skip this slide. And there's this standard, we've been talking about air filters. So how do you specify the filters, or how do you measure how effective the filters is? We have a standard now by the name of ISO 16890. We also use other standards, which is EN 779, that's the European standard, and ASHRAE 52.2. This new standard combines the features of both these standards and gives you the best of both worlds. So the main highlight of the standard is that this standard talks about rates the filters as per the real world pollution problems. So if you select a filter, you can select it in terms of how effective it is in handling dusts of say PM10, PM2.5 or PM1. So the filters are rated as EPM10, EPM2.5 and EPM10. Earlier, you have to select filters as MERV 13, MERV 14 or G4 or F7, which didn't really correlate with the true dust and true real world problems. So that is the major change which has happened. EN 779 is obsolete now. ASHRAE it's still under use, but very soon it will be merged with ISO 16890. So the idea is to use 16890. This is a typical building with an HVAC system, and this is where you can use filtration products to mitigate the risk of not only bad dust and bad air, but also the present virus which we are talking about. These are some of the products. We have panel filters, bag filters, and compact filters, again in various denominations of PM1, PM2.5, and PM10. There is also another range of filters which is not mentioned here. It is your VOC and complete molecular contamination control or gas filters. It's also available. These are standalone air cleaners. It's not the regular air purifiers which you see in the market, but we have a range of air purifiers which are more commercial or industrial or for bigger spaces. It ranges from about 400 square feet to about 10,000 square feet of office space. A single machine can treat up to and all of them have recommended H13 filters, which are tested as per EN 1822. This is how we are placed in India. We are located at Gurgaon, and we have a plant in Trichy also. We have 2 plants in Gurgaon. We have sales offices across the country. We have been present in India since the last almost 40 years now, and we are also a BIS panel member who are responsible for developing a new air filtration standard in India. So summary, just another last slide, that we all know that clean air is essential for life. That is something which we do as soon as we are born. So, and we honestly do not know the quality of air we are breathing, even though we breathe about 15 kgs of air per day. And we know that air pollution is harmful to us. It damages our internal organs. We may not know us, we may not be feeling it today, but 20 years, 30 years from now, we get to know that things are not good. The COVID virus possibilities being airborne is acknowledged by WHO now. So we now have to find ways to mitigate it. And that's possible through using the right filters and solutions. And we saw the ISHRE guidelines, and we saw how to select a right air filter, which is the right standard for doing it. And that's about it now. And of course, I think we'll take the questions at the last. So you can follow us for latest updates. That'll be all from my side, sir.
Thank you, Anil. In fact, you have a gamut of products which are, ranging with a big bandwidth of from a 500 square feet to about 1 lakh square feet area, the filters which can be used. I think the more and more we put across these products to the consumers, I think the wellness will improve, at least for the next generation, we can say. Thanks a lot for sharing our insights and products to our people who are listening to it. So we move on to the next speaker in this session. Thank you, Anil. We move on to the next speaker. Just for this is a very interesting topic which is going to be discussed now. How do we purify our air using plants? And I just have to tell you one incident which I personally experienced one with a we have a legend in IGBC Exco Executive Committee, Kamal Mittal Saab, and he runs this Bahapur business center in Delhi, which is one of the most polluted city. But his office is the safest and the purest place to be in because of he has few thousands of plants in his office. So he uses the plants to purify the air inside his office building. So he always excites us whenever we speak to him. So I hope that Anne also is going to do the same. We have Anne Scaria, Vetter, director and founder of Pythrom Private Limited. Is a firm believer in solving environmental challenges and sustainable technology. Pythrom is a women-led green solutions venture that has partnered with Dr. Wolfton to bring phytoremediation. I'm hearing this word first time. A technology based on research done at NASA by the later, right to the doorstep of Indian homes, and it's all yours now. You carry on.
Hello, everyone. Hi, am I audible?
You're audible, and go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just share my presentation and then just a moment. Is this is my presentation visible?
It is almost slanted. It is upside down.
Yeah. Okay, I think I need to reshare it. It happened the last time also when we were.
Yeah.
Can you just give me a minute? Sorry. Sorry about the delay. Just a second. I hope it's straight now.
No, it's on the same.
Sorry.
Okay, can we try to share it from our
Yeah,
side?
can you please try it from your side? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's visible now.
Yes, it's fine, right?
Yeah, it's fine. You can go ahead.
Yeah, so can I just change the slides from my end? Or only you can do that?
I think the host only can do that. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you can just tell us next and we'll keep
Yeah.
doing.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity, IGBC. You've been very supportive in this journey. This is a startup. It's an all-women led startup. Can you please go to the next slide, actually?
Next slide, please.
Okay. Probably I'll start with the challenge. So like how initially KK had mentioned, and even most of the statistics has been covered. So mainly, like he said, we spend like 87% of our time spent in those spaces. So we actually have control over the air we breathe, although we actually live in polluted cities in India. And also, we assume that the pollution outside is bad, but actually, pollution indoors is almost 5 times higher than in outdoor, because it's much more concentrated and there's not much air movement. And in some cases, it's up to 100 times more polluted. So the main pollutants are like VOCs, CO, PM 2.5. Then the whole syndrome is called the sick building syndrome, like, when the air is polluted and we live inside it. Then like 4.3 million deaths, according to WHO. So right now, the plant is a very good option for cleaning the air. The number of plants that is needed to solve this issue is very, would require a lot of space inside the building, which is not practical. Then, yeah, so that's where our solution comes handy. Can we please move to the next slide? So this is Mr. Dr. Bill Wolverton. So he's an ex-NASA scientist. So like the reason why we all have started using plant indoors is actually because of his research, which happened like around 30 years back at NASA. So it's not like every plant we can put inside our buildings, because some can be harmful for humans if you put inside the building. So he's the one who came up with the list of which plants can be used. So according to him, if man is to move into closed environments on Earth or in outer space, he must take along nature's life support system, which is the plants. Can we please move to the next slide? So this basically highlights his journey with NASA and his clean air study. So why he was hired by NASA was actually because once astronauts moved into the space station, they were having a lot of issues, like in terms of because of the air quality, like with irritation of the eyes and generally the air quality in the space station. So NASA hired him to figure out how plants can be used to solve this issue. Also, if we are to move to Mars or anywhere, then we need to find a sustainable solution to air pollution. So at the same time, in America, the buildings were getting more airtight, because that's when the centralized air conditioned systems were coming up in America. So the residents were having a lot of trouble in terms of because of the congested spaces. So NASA decided to release the study, which was made for the astronauts, available to the American public, so it can help them too with the problem. So they released a list of around 30 plants, which can be used indoors. So while doing this research, actually, Dr. Bulwarton found out that more than the leaves, it's actually the roots of the plants which are much more capable of degrading pollution. This is because roots have naturally occurring microbes living on it. So what these microbes do is that once the plant, absorbs the pollution, the microbe starts actually eating those pollutants and degrade, and convert it into plant food, which was quite a revelation. So he realized that if there is a product which can expose the roots of the plant, then the air pollution can be much more effectively reduced by the plants. So can we please go to the next slide? So phytoremediation, I mean, the whole term is called phytoremediation. So phytoremediation means the use of green plants and the associated microorganisms along with proper soil can either contain, remove, render toxic environmental containments into harmless byproducts. So, then it is much more natural, sustainable, cost effective and scalable solution actually. Yeah. Can we go to the next slide, please? So, okay, this is basically about Phytorem, who we are. It's basically I'm the founder of the company. So it's more like a women founded company. And what we do is phytoremediation. I mean, right now we have a product which we have brought to India in collaboration with Dr. Wolverton, and this is a solution we hope to scale. Yeah, we can move to the next slide. So basically what, I mean, these are some of the awards that we received. I mean, we got the product got NASA Tech Brief Award while when it was first introduced by Dr. Wolverton, and the GreenPro award. And then this is a green technology where this does not require any filter change while compared to a mechanized air purifier. So what this product basically does is it can amplify the power, the air purifying qualities of a single plant by around 60 times. And it's quite affordable because it can last you around 5 years and yeah, without any filter replacement, and it has a very low power consumption, almost equal to an LED bulb. Then it's self-watering, which means it has a water reservoir underneath, which will sustain the plant for a week. Then it targets like PM 2.5 because there's water involved, then VOCs because it has activated carbon, and it can address all the indoor pollutants actually. I think you'll get a better picture once I start explaining the product. Can we please move to the next slide? So this product works on phytoremediation. How this works is that once the air is sucked from outside through the soil, and the air passes through the soil. So instead of soil, we have actually used activated carbon with clay balls. So the reason for this is that the clay balls is much more porous than soil. So the air can freely pass through the system, and also activated carbon, because activated carbon is used like, in any other air purifier, it actually captures the VOCs. Yeah, next slide, please. Then what happens is once the activated carbon absorbs the VOCs, the plant microbes actually starts breaking it down. It's like a fridge, like activated carbon, like kind of acts like a fridge where later on the root microbes will slowly start eating off it. So the activated carbon actually doesn't reach saturation. So it may not be replaced. And also, since there's water reservoir underneath, whatever air passes through the system passes through the water also. So there is no way any PM 2.5 actually can pass through it. And also because of the plant, there's natural oxygen production, and also CO2 is absorbed by the plants. Next slide, please. So this was the result of the test run done at Sriram Institute. Within an 8 hours, VOC was reduced by around 80% and PM2.5 around 98%, CO2 around 80%, fungal count by around 87%, and bacterial count around 90%. Actually, the product can clean like around 90% of the pollutants in the air in around 2 hours. Like we recommend one product per 100 square feet. So in around 2 hours time, 100 square feet can be up to 90% cleaned by the product. So it's very natural. It's a plant-based process. Oxygen is the byproduct. So yeah, once the plant microbes take away the VOCs, then what's released is also oxygen actually. Then the plant capability, I mean, this a single plant inside our product can do the job of around 60 plants actually in terms of air pollution reduction, which will save a lot of space. And then in terms of efficiency, it can cater to all the pollutants in the indoor. Then economical, it's a low cost. We have priced it around 5,500, which is quite reasonable for an air purifier. And also it should last you around 3 to 5 years without any replacements of filters. Energy minimal consumption, it will take up the energy of a LED bulb. Sustainable, no storage of pollutants. Like in an air purifier, what happens in a mechanized air purifier, what happens is that the pollutants get stored, till the next filter change actually. So compared to that, whatever pollutants is captured is getting recycled within the system. Maintenance is it can be watered just once a week. Yeah. Next slide, please. So actually, biophilia is a very big term, which is very useful for us, but I think the awareness is very little because we are actually being made in the nature. We were never, the buildings didn't come with us. Like, we are part of nature actually. But I think when we close our doors, we are actually cutting off from nature, which actually subconsciously has a lot of psychological effect on us. So a person can much more efficiently work when they have nature around, like, even when you introduce indoor plants. So like 15 in case of office, it's been shown 15% higher level of well-being, 6% more productivity, 15% more creative overall. So these are researches done by like different institutes, universities around the world. Then in classrooms, like the students performed much more better, like their memory improved by 20%, then reduced sick leave. And in case of hotels, the occupancy actually increased by around 17%. Then in case of hospitals, the hospital stay has been shown to reduce also the tolerance to pain, was rated. Yeah. Please go to the next slide. So what basically, okay, I hope everyone understood since this is a new concept. So basically this is a flower pot, like which you normally see. So it has inner pot and an outer pot. So the inner pot has all this activated carbon clay balls, the plant, and the outer pot has the water reservoir. So once the air gets through the soil part, it passes through the water also in the reservoir and passes out. And with this process around the plants, air purifying capabilities increased by around 60 times. So this, if we scale it up, actually it can cater to the whole, we can cater to any large space. Right now, this is a very small basic product, which, it would be most effective if kept in your bedroom as a bedside table or in an office space on your desk, rather than, catering to large area. But this is definitely a scalable product, which could reduce the amount of filters actually going into the the landfills. Also that this product, since it's a plant, once if it's placed in a space for a while, then the microbes in it adapts better to the environment because it's much more intelligent, like, compared to a mechanized system. The microbes are more intelligent and they get better at degrading the same amount of chemicals. They can do it much faster. Then, yeah, it's a sustainable solution. And we have tied up for exclusive partnership with Dr. Wolverton from India. I hope, that's the end of the presentation. Thank you. We'll take the question and answer later. And
thank you, Anne. In fact, very interesting product to learn about. In fact, just to inform, as to give you more information. In fact, we as a paint company, we also have a paint which purifies the air.
yeah, I know. Yeah, the air purifying paint. Yeah, it's quite popular.
Yeah. So it's good that more and more people are talking. I'm sorry, there is an echo coming in. I'm not able to.
Yeah, but yeah, I heard you. Yeah.
Thanks for
Thank you.
sharing this. Yeah. We move on to the next speaker, the last speaker of the day for the session also, Dr. Varadaraj. Dr. Varadaraj is a postgraduate in botany and He's a postgraduate in botany and PhD in dairy microbiology. Started his professional stint of 3.5 years with Amul Dairy, followed by 28 years of R&D as well as teaching experience at the Premier Food Research Institute, the Central Food Technological Research in Mysuru. Post-retirement, Dr. Varadaraj is associated with Shivaran Labs, Mysuru, as an advisor at the Renovation Center. Also serving as a honorable professor at the Karnataka State Government University in Gadag, teaching in MSc Food Science Technology program. His expertise is in the area of food microbiology with focus on traditional fermented foods, desirable and undesirable bacteria and dairy products. So today he's going to talk about green cleaning ingredients for improved hygiene and infection control. Mr. Varadaraj, please carry on.
Yeah, thank you. You are able to hear me now? I will.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll share my screen and then. These slides, I think. Hello?
Yeah, yes, sir. You can go ahead.
Yeah. So I will start the thing. Anyway, you have already introduced me. Thanks to Mahesh Anand and the organizers, CII and GreenPro, providing me an opportunity to go ahead and try to share my knowledge, whatever I have. So here I will try to go a little fast because most of the things I will try to give some basic ideas, or what is that basic knowledge which is required in understanding what is actually cleanliness and hygiene is. So these are the two terms we usually use, clean and hygiene. And one more term comes sanitation. So just I have given you the meanings actually. Cleaning is nothing but removing of dirt and soil, okay? As well as infectious microbes, we say. Already our three speakers ahead of me have spoken about microbes, virus, bacteria, molds, yeast and all, okay? So we'll not go into much of the thing. And I will not try to focus on anything on the COVID-19 situation. I will just give on a general area. So this is when you do the cleaning, you will try to achieve the hygiene. Hygiene is nothing but again promoting and preserving the health status is hygiene. It may be in varied forms, which you will see as I move in the slides. Then there is another word we have in our title. If I show you my previous slide, title green cleaning chemicals, but I have replaced it with ingredients because chemicals means people will feel something chemical. In fact, our whole human body is having a lot of chemicals, your carbohydrate, protein, everything, but still ingredients is there. Hygiene, infection control. What is this infection? We should also know for the better understanding. There is a word known as intoxication. Intoxication is nothing, you know very well. And now the hand sanitizer is having alcohol. So if I drink that alcohol, then I will get intoxicated. So that is another route of utilizing alcohol. Ingestion of items containing a toxin or a poisonous substance produced by these microbes usually will give intoxication. Whereas infection is consuming an item which is containing live microbial cells. That means the microbes should be living. They should not be dead. When they enter the body or the human system, then they multiply and elaborate the toxins. That is what the present virus pandemic is nothing but infection. That means it is moving from one person or whoever it is, contact, so they live. Whereas in an intoxication, you don't need a live organism. So here, cleanliness, hygiene, intoxication, infection. These are. You see, hygiene, usually we refer it to personal hygiene. That is like focusing on hand, nail, face, hair, ear. This is a personal hygiene. Everybody, whoever tells hygiene, usually is personal hygiene, but hygiene refers to all other areas also. It is not only thing. Along with hygiene, there is a word sanitation. Sanitation is nothing but using effective tools to achieve hygiene is sanitation. So there is no much difference between hygiene and sanitation. It's just like two sides of the same coin. So both have to be there. You cannot have one side hygiene and say no sanitation. And we have sanitation and say no hygiene. These are the both two things together. Here, as I told you, hygiene you can see all these aspects here. And usually, generally referring hygiene, sanitation refers to the microorganisms. We have seen right from the first speaker about air quality, he said again microbes. Maybe there are different dimensions like 1 micron, less than 1 micron, like that, all the same. Viruses are the lowest in that sizes. So they pass through anywhere. Next comes bacteria, then mold, like that, different categories. And hygiene refers to how you overcome that microbes in the environment, whichever way, given environment, we can say. Here we have floor wall care. It is wherever, like people were talking about office place, workplace, hospitals and all. So everywhere you have various aspects where hygiene has to be attended or addressed. So hospital hygiene, washroom hygiene, dishwashing, when you use the cooked dishes and utensils are washed, personal hygiene, laundry hygiene, machinery cleaning, food hygiene. All are aspects of hygiene. Hygiene to be achieved in respect to different areas of activity. Here you can see, just I have given an example, food hygiene. Food is open to contain. Microbes are the center point. See, whatever we see, the situation, pandemic and other things, it is an ongoing combat between man and microbes. Microbes include viruses, bacteria, the next class, then comes the fungus or the molds, and then even some algae, they also come under the microbes. Those which are not visible to the naked eye, all are microbes. And here in food hygiene and other, everything is there. Here I have shown different steps of the food. Usually you might have heard many places, people usually say farm to fork. Farm to fork is nothing but where the materials are grown and then it comes to a plant, it is processed, and it goes to the market, marketing, distribution, finally comes on to the table of the consumer or the human being who consumes the food. So this is also known as food chain. So in the entire chain, there should not happen any hiccups or hurdles which will make these microbes either to enter, or if entered, tries to make it grow and then cause the hazards. So we call these as public or health hazards. When caused to public is a public health hazard. So what we see, the present situation is nothing but a magnitude of the public health hazard. So these are all the different aspects of control. Now here, when we say infection control, generally it is applicable or referred to hospital infection. Hospital usually here, but any other place also when we consume food or water, they can also be the carriers or vehicles of these infectious organisms. So when you address it as in the hospital, which is known as nosocomial infection, means hospital-borne infections. So many times you would have, maybe we may not have experienced, but you would have heard from others. People go to a hospital for some kind of disease treatment, but they get treated for the disease they went, but come back with some other infection from there. Where does that infection come? It is from the hospital environment. So there only we say infection control or healthcare sector. Generally, they are referred to as a name, escape. Who will escape? I don't know whether people should escape or the organism should escape. Just in a lighter way, I am telling. This is the names. These are the names of the organisms. So don't get frightened with these names. They are common, and we as a microbiologist should be able to tell the names. There are five different organisms. One is known as Enterococcus faecium. Then there is one Staphylococcus aureus, which is common with all human beings. Even healthy human beings have this organ. It is an antibiotic resistant. Then another is Klebsiella pneumonia. If you see the name, the other name pneumonia, that means it is associated with pneumonia. Acinetobacter baumannii, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and vancomycin resistant Enterobacter. So these are the common microbes, which are all bacterial organisms, which prevail are in the hospital environment. So to overcome these organisms, we need hygiene and sanitation, which is addressed by different cleaning and hygiene formulations. Because here my topic, I am addressing through a product or a formulation. Whereas the previous speakers, you have seen HVAC, that is the ventilation air conditioning systems, which also does the same thing, which will protect you with different filters. The other speaker was telling about filters, HEPA filters and all are doing the same thing with different mechanisms. Okay. Green cleaning. What is green cleaning? Green cleaning is nothing but cleaning methods and products with environmental friendly ingredients. That is what it says. Ingredients and procedures which are designed to preserve human health and environment quality. Human being also should be safe, and the environment also should be safe. This is the real meaning of green cleaning. So generally, in a green cleaning means we should avoid use of harsh chemicals. Whereas if you see early years, long back, when we started this cleaning and other things, it is always with phenol. Even today, in the houses, you will see that if the phenol smell doesn't come from the disinfectant or whatever used, people feel that cleaning is not done. So it is not like that. Those days, phenol was the only compound and its derivatives were used, which used to emit that phenyl odor. It is a very strong chemical, harsh one. Well, harsh means as soon as it drop falls on your hand or palm, it will have blisters and others. So they used to measure the strength of that phenol by name known as phenol coefficient. Maybe someone who is aware of these and other things might have heard of this. It is nothing but measuring the strength of a formulation against phenol as a standard. That is what phenol coefficient. It is now mostly of historical interest. Most of the formulations are moved out of phenol. So this was being measured. It's also known by some name, Rydell-Walker coefficient, we say. And they used to test this against two specific pathogenic organisms. I will tell you what are those pathogens. Definitions are there. I will tell. So against those two organisms, we do it and then find out its activity. Then relate the new formulation against the standard one. So if the coefficient is greater than 1, that means disinfectant which you have newly formulated is more effective than phenol. If it is less than 1, it is less effective than phenol. That's all the meaning. But anyway, there are complications in this, in how to measure, how to do all those things. But simple understanding is this much. Okay. Now, there's some meanings I am giving you, common usage, because when we talk of cleaning and other things, these are all there. Like detergent. Detergent, you know very well. Nothing but which enhances the cleaning power property. So detergents are there. It may be natural and synthetic. Surfactants is nothing but same. Surfactant is also acts as a detergent, which will help in lowering the surface tension of water. If you see, when you put water on a floor, it will just remain there. It will not spread unless you do by some mechanism. Why we use surfactant is that penetration capacity and spreadability is enhanced because it will lower the surface tension. Pathogen is nothing but a microbe, maybe a virus, maybe a bacteria, maybe a fungus, or maybe another any algae or other thing which causes disease in a human being is a pathogen. Germicide is a one which will kill the pathogen. It may be a chemical agent or any other natural agent also which will destroy the microorganisms completely, kill the organism, especially the pathogenic. everybody knows, so I don't have to go. Why we are interested in pH is based on the pH itself, the cleaning property happens. So if acid cleaner is there, then in the acidic type, the cleaning happens. The same place, we can't use acid cleaner, we may have to use alkali cleaner. So like that, different pHs and different formulations are based on pH of the product. Then bactericidal means again same thing. Killing the bacteria is bactericidal. Bacteriostatic is it will not kill the organism, it will just make it to remain as it is. If there are 10 organisms or there 10 cells or whatever I say arbitrarily, then the 10 will remain as 10. It will not multiply. Bactericidal, it will eliminate all the 10. Disinfectant is nothing but a chemical agent that will destroy that harmful organism. That's why you say disinfection. Sanitizer, as I told you, again is a method where it will reduce the organisms to the safe level. That means there is no hazard caused if it is sanitized. So we don't say 100% removal, but the environment is sanitized means all organisms are not there which can cause you any harm. Same surface tension, same thing. As I told you, that water reducing the surface tension. Now, when we come to surfactants, there will be different classes are there. So usually they are surfactant active agents. They are all in the detergents class and all those things. Generally, it is used in the case where it enables the cleaning process by making the water or the solution or the solvent to become more spreadable and easier to move. That is what it says property surface tension. Yeah, here in the cleaning process, this is very important because when I use a chemical or any other ingredient in cleaning, it is not going into solution and moving freely, then the cleaning process will not happen. So that's why it has to help in removal of soil and dirt. Well, let us not go into all these things. Anionic, cationic, we'll get into this. Just remember, surfactants will exhibit all these properties. Improve wetting. Wetting means it will wet the area, easily spread. Emulsify means it will not make separate entities. Everything will be uniform. Then absorption is there, solubility, dispersion. All are the properties of the surfactant. So there are many all chemical, all cleaning and hygiene formulations will have a surfactant. Even in your soap, what you use as a hand sanitizer or a hand wash will have a surfactant. This is again same thing, cleaning and hygienist. Okay, anyone knows Swachh Bharat and all has brought cleaning and hygiene into a higher platform. In the long back, earlier years, nobody was giving much focus on hygiene or cleanliness. Just like that, okay, you have a soap in your home, just you feel that I have to wash my hand. Yes, I have. Now the things are different, especially in the present day. Without that hand washing, nobody will even, it has become just like a regular practice. Commonly, hand washing is done with soap and rinse off with water because the main focus is to remove the dirt. Incidentally, few organisms which are there will also get removed. Okay. I think, like as I told you, when we make a cleaning and hygiene formulation, we have a lot of ingredients. As I told you, one is a surfactant. We also have disinfectants, nothing but because you have to kill the organism. See, whatever you do, only cleaning, it will remove dirt. But we have to sanitize or disinfect means like if you say hospital infection, hospital organisms, or even when they were taking office place, workplace, and somewhere one of the presenter was telling, the workplace people were feeling not well. So usually we now use the word wellness in the workplace. So that means microbes are there that has to be killed. So for which many of the ingredients are used. Okay. Same acid and alkali cleaners, we can use different acids. They use hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid. They are all very strong and little bit harsh acids. So we can use milder acids like organic acid, citric, glycol. Only thing is the efficacy will vary to some extent. So we can't have a very harsh chemical and say that will give the best. We have to see the environment and the safeness towards human usage. So that's why we go at a little milder acids, which are organic acids. Then we have alkali cleaners. Here we use usually the sodium hydroxide or the potassium hydroxide. Because you see, for cleaning, the surface is not in all places the same. If you go in a washroom, the things are different to be cleaned. You go to the kitchen or a catering area, there you will have fats, oils, proteins, everything. and cleaning is different. So we have to look at everything, and we cannot have a formulation telling that you use this for washroom, you use this for workplace, you use this for kitchen. No, we should have one formulation which will do multiple jobs. So same way we have other thing, builders and all, these are all going into the formulation. Since there is paucity of time, I don't want to spend too much time on the thing. As I was telling you, antimicrobials. That means all the formulation will have some kind of antimicrobial agent. You might have heard of the word quaternary ammonium chloride. Like the chairman Mahesh was telling, even in the paint, they have an antimicrobial thing. Usually, yes, we have earlier days, if you remember olden days, they in the paints or whitewashing of the house, especially you see wherever wetness, molds used to come. So they used to do a pre-coating or other things where the mold thing will not happen because wetness is there, molds will come. They are nothing but fungal organisms. So like this, various antimicrobials are in existence. We try to use broad spectrum antimicrobial activity means it should act against a broad range of organisms. You should not act against one and say, rest all you take care, somebody else come. No, not like that. One should do at least maximum of some different organisms so that you get the positive result. An effective dosage, it should not take high amount and do the job. At a minimum concentration, it should do the job. And again, act at range, pH means it should act at a wide range, like even acidic, neutral, alkaline. Then only your formulation will be very successful. This is just a photograph, just for somebody who has not seen the organ. They say, oh, but not visual, it is not visible to the eye. Then how do you say that the organisms are there, this is there, that is there? We do a plating, and for the viruses, what are being done. We have different techniques. There you can see what are the things. This is actually, if you can see the plate, I'm sure you are able to see this corner plate. No? Here on the right side corner, there is a plate, yellow color with some black colonies. Are you able to see?
Yes, sir. We are able to see.
Yeah, these are nothing but a plate is exposed, like earlier speaker was telling, air quality monitoring and other thing. This is a very traditional method. You make a plate of agar medium, that is where the organisms grow, and keep the plate for 5-10 minutes in an environment. Whatever the organisms are there, they all get settled on this plate. And then you close the plate and we incubate the plate at certain temperature. Then next day, if you see, you get the specific type of organisms. That is what is there.
Doctor, can you speed up the?
Yeah, I'm coming to the end of this thing. So like that, we are seeing antimicrobial activity. Then again, same. In the case of hospital thing, we have to target the escape pathogens. So your formulation should work against those escape pathogens, including mycobacterium and other things, which are also a causative or a highly pathogenic. So in the green cleaning, what means is, when you are synthetic, now we want to move to natural means we should get from some plant material. Like as our previous speaker was telling, plants will have so many other activities. Yes. So we try to obtain from plant, but commercially it will be little expensive. One example is here saponin. You might have heard. They want what they put in the hair shampoo and other things. Even. So we go in for phytochemicals, enzymes, essential oils. That is all plants, materials, herbs, spices and others. They have essential oil. So you mix these things, like especially the best example is neem. Neem is known to be antimicrobial, so antibacterial. So they try to put the neem in some, then they may put pine oil like that. So we are moving from the harshness towards a lower harshness, which is safe for human and also environment. It should not pollute the environment with this. So we also use mild acid. This I now after my retirement from CFTRA, I have been associated with Chevron. This is to be spelled as Chevron. They make a good number of formulations, basically going on mostly on a friendly, environmental friendly ingredients we use. Not many chemicals, harsh chemicals we don't use. Like one of the common surfactant synthetic used is, we have about nearly 150 products in our portfolio. I will tell you what is the present one which is very well. So we use a synthetic surfactant, linear benzene sulfonic acid, which is biodegradable and environmental friendly. But still we want to go towards the natural ones. That's what we are looking at in our company. So these are some of the examples I have given, where we are having example of surfactants which are having some natural thing. So you see in the literature that it is having some kind of hazard nature, then you try to make shift to a better ingredient so that we have a safe formulation to be used. So these are all the things which are there. You can get, and what I have done is whatever formulation we do, some select ingredients I have seen and try to show that they are having a better or a greenery thing. Like one is the laurel glucoside. Here it is obtained made from coconut or palm oil, and the glucose is obtained from corn, and you get it. As I told you, natural antimicrobials are there, phytochemicals. Phytochemicals are nothing but extracts from plant materials which have this activity. So in our company, we have made herbal floor cleaner, herbal hand wash, herbal hand sanitizer gel, herbal dish cleaner. So if you go to the website www.chevron.com, www.chevron.com, you will see the our products. And also we have used enzymes in our laundry products, like laundry main wash, dish cleaner. Some are available even on the Amazon. And even infection control, you can have certain newer therapies, bacteriophages and all. They can be done in the hospital infection itself. And the most example I would like to mention is we are marketing one of our hand sanitizer, the present one, which is in the pandemic situation is working, is alcohol-based hand sanitizer, which is known as Virof 753. This was prepared. This was formulated not now, way back in 2003. When nothing was there, it was actually for H1N1 at that time that made the formulation. Today it is showing the market. Market means big boom in the sale. So that is a fast evaporating hand sanitizer, which most of you are using. It is under the brand name of Virof 753. It is one of the things, and all our products meet the quality benchmark. And this thing, maybe I'll come to the last slide. This is the one. Just to show you few facts means human hand is a major reservoir of microbial contaminant. Now the focus is somebody may get in touch with aerosol and other things, so you wash. It's not like that. Right from the beginning, if you see, most of us people know from tradition. Our seniors or elders used to say, you wash your hand before eating, or when you enter home, you wash your hand, wash your legs. So because it is a major reservoir of microbial contaminants, including those that can cause infection. This again showing a plate and all. This I have already explained to you, effective sanitizer and other thing. I think I will end at this, and I thank again once again CI and GreenPro for this opportunity. If any have queries or questions, you are most welcome to ask me. You have taken my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us an insight into the the sanitizers and the microorganisms and the cleaning liquids which we are using on a day-to-day life. So we have few questions. Basically, I'll address the questions to the speakers and they can answer it. Just read it out. This question is to Dr. Varadaraj. How are the enzyme-based cleaning chemicals are different from the conventional cleaning chemicals?
Yeah, conventional cleaning chemicals also do the job. The enzyme thing, what is like, if I can give you an example, you see the shirt collar always is a little oily because of the oil and others. So general cleaning is you put the soap and rub with the brush and this thing, maybe after 2-3 washes the collar may get torn. Whereas an enzyme will have the specific activity, like if it is a fat or a protein which is there, then we use an enzyme protease, which will act on the protein and deactivate it. That means it will break down the protein. The lipase will act on the fat and it will remove the fat content. So instead of doing all that harsh things, just have the enzyme. Many of the detergents are having that enzyme, especially if we are in a washing machine requirement, they are trying to use this, and with certain warmness, the clothes can be washed easily. That is how enzymes will happen, and it will have more, that is, we don't have to use high harsh chemicals and other effective enzymes can do. Only thing is we have to look at the quantity of the enzyme which has to go into the system. Maybe sometimes it may be little expensive as compared to a normal thing.
All right, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. My question to Mr. Anil is, do you have any product which is domestic in the sense like which can be used for the CAMFIL? Is there any product in CAMFIL which can be used in a domestic environment, in a house or a flats or something like that?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, we have a range of products If you're talking about the air purifiers, then yes, products are available starting from 400 square feet upwards, 1,000 square feet in the domestic range. It's definitely available.
Okay, it is like a normal by like your the consumption and everything, maintenance will be like your air coolers or something like that, right?
Yeah, it will be much more than what the products are available in the conventional, conventional products are available in the market. The difference will be that this will have a heavy duty filter. You would not need often frequent filter changes, and the filters would be certified as per international standards, which is not the case with the regular off-the-shelf products currently available in the market. So that is where we are different.
Indicative price will be how much, sir? I mean, indicative price.
Depends, sir. It starts from 25,000 rupees and goes up to 2 lakh rupees for the domestic range.
Fine. Thank you so much, sir. My next question is to Anne. What is the life of the plants and what maintenance is required for a better performance?
Yeah, hi. So your first question in terms of plant is the tricky part. I mean, a plant should last you like 2 years. If in the first phase, once you replant it into the product, if it's last the initial part, it should last you like 2 years. I mean, indoor plants usually last over a 2-year period. And then your second question was, how can you increase efficiency?
Yeah, what type of maintenance is needed to have a better efficiency or a better performance?
So the air purifying capability of the product will be best when the water level is its highest. Because when you first pour, you have to first start by pouring like 1.5 liters of water into the product. So by the end of the week, that will go below like a half a liter of water. And that's when you refill it again. So the product works maximum when it is at the topmost level. Also the size of the leaf, like, the bigger plant, the better. Those are the two factors which, generally.
Yeah, thanks. In fact, just for the information or for the knowledge of the listeners, what Kamal Saab was telling me, when you have a pure air, which means the oxygen content is close to 90%, the cognitive ability of the people improves. That's what your research also says, right? The students, children, everybody. So you can give a better citizen for India, right? By using these products.
Yeah. Because of the pollution, actually, the brains of the kids, especially in Delhi, they are predicting their brains won't grow to the natural capacity, which is a huge risk, even for the country. So, air pollution is definitely.
Very true, very true. Thank you, and thank you all the speakers for spending your time and giving valuable inputs for the listeners. And GreenPro, as I was telling, definitely is going to grow much bigger and substantial after this crisis. Even though the crisis has created havoc, I think people now realize that use of these type of products will have a sustainable future. Thank you all for this session, and thank you CII, thank you the GreenPro team for having nice sessions today, and look forward for the next 2 days of successful summit. Thank you.
Yes, our pleasure, sir.
Yeah,
thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Participants. Thank you.
Thank you to all the speakers.
Thank you all the speakers, and thank you participants also. Thank you.
We would request all the participants to join tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Thank you all the speakers, and thank you all the speakers, and thank you participants.
And you can also visit the exhibition.
Right.
So give me the presenter right now.
Okay, I'll do that. Yes, given, Himanshu. For the presenter.
Yes, given.
emerging consumer brand of India. The architects is already designing and manufacturing the largest green certified model for nature and ecosystems in India. Our products are designed and made right here in India and getting their promotion follow for their innovation and out-of-box design. In fact, we get to place a big amount of products imported from China and other countries. These products can bring down the time of execution of interiors like offices, hospitals, gospel hubs, institutions, hotels, and even residences from many months to just a few days, and with minimum human resources on site. Without color, how to express yourself. Tell your story. Colors and brands. If your story goes up, sports, customer service, to color, to protect. Chances are to us. Because all Christmas practicing a certification for opportunities. For one more, yes, for existing rules, our products and services Our products include warm, reduced fuel consumption, extreme temperatures. Conditions can last. Now we can further. We measure the cost accelerate our innovation. How do we describe ourselves? Well, let's say our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of the world. Life full of colors and opportunities. It understands that breakthrough research, meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, open a podcast of India's #1 page for roots and manufacturers. As we make a complete chemical solution for the total peace of mind. We're a pan-Asian family unified in truth by our improved cultural physical appetite, teamwork, purity, willingness, strength, allowing to lead.
Yeah, we can close.
Should we close, Himanshu? Hello?
Hello?
Okay, yeah, I'm closing the event then.
Huh.